Good evening and welcome to the February 2nd East Point City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hemming.
Present.
Councilmember
Present.
Councilmember Atkins. Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings. All right, Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell.
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Chapman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And before we begin tonight, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Black History Month. I want to acknowledge the foundational role that African Americans in Black history, culture, labor, and leadership have played in shaping our country and our city of East Point. Throughout its history, East Point has been shaped and strengthened by Black families who's built neighborhoods, sustained local businesses, supported schools and churches, and contributed to the civic and economic life of our community. Through resilience and hard work, creativity, commitment, and others, the Black community has helped define the spirit and character of our city. Despite facing generational injustice and inequality, we have persevered. In that perseverance, we have not only upheld our own community, but also offered services and shined as a beacon of light of hope and progress, standing alongside allies who believe in our dignity, justice, and shared leadership. Throughout this month, I invite East Pointers to, in whatever way you feel meaningful to yourself, take time to reflect, learn, and engage, being mindful of our shared responsibilities to one another as residents of the city. Let us celebrate who we are, honor those who came before us, and commit to honoring ourselves and building a stronger future together. As we are one city, we are East Point moving forward together. And now we will have a brief moment of silence for the invocation. Will you please stand? And then we'll follow by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Now we'll have the pledge to the flag. Tonight's Sergeant of Arms is Captain Robinson. Thank you for your service. May I have a motion to adopt the City Council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Is
For discussion.
there any discussion?
Discussion?
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I would ask that an agenda item be added so that council members might make appointments to boards, authorities, and commissions at a time that you deem appropriate.
May I have a motion? Okay.
I move to add
Okay. Have a
that item
second?
to the agenda.
Second? All righty. We can make those announcements right now if we,
Madam Mayor, if you can just ask for any discussion and then the vote.
is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
I'm sorry, quick
Have it.
question.
The ayes have it. Go ahead.
Who did the second? Because I didn't hear anything.
Councilmember Martin Rogers did the second.
Oh, okay, I just didn't hear. That's why I was asking. Thank you.
We are in for discussion.
Madam Mayor, actually, you already got discussion on the motion and a vote. I believe it passed unanimously. The question now is just where do you want to put the addition on the agenda? And if I can make a recommendation that it comes after, at the very least, public comment. There was an effort last year to amend the order of agenda items so that the public would be able to be heard closer to the top of the agenda. And so if it pleases the mayor, adding the addition after public comment.
Okay. So we will move the discussion to the, and thank you, Madam City Attorney, and we will move the discussion to after the public comment section of the agenda.
I'm still in for discussion.
Vote already happened. She asked if there was any discussion, and then she got all in favor.
Right. but I wasn't called on.
I guess, Madam Mayor, at this point, if you want to go back, if it's discussion on the actual item,
Not that item, it's another one.
to add something to the agenda?
Just to make a correction on the agenda for item number 4.
Okay, I think that's appropriate right now.
Yes. All right, I want to just make item number 4, discussion and possible action on the plan to.
That's correct. That's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Yes.
So it should be changed on here to discussion.
Yeah, it's not going to be a presentation.
Okay,
It's- yes.
thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, then in that case, I would make a recommendation that you get a second motion to amend the agenda to have item 4 under presentations as a item for discussion and potential consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion for, may I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Freely?
If this is going to action, have we had a work session discussion, or do we know what this is that we're going to be asked to vote on? I'm not prepared to.
No, it has not yet gone to work session. We're just, right now, I'm just asking for just, I know we talked about changing it from the presentation, but it's just really a reporting out, just to find out where the city is with regards to the FIFA games that are coming in less than 4 months.
So
So,
What action would be needed?
I got an action. I have an action.
Is the action to be moved to the,
we'll move it, can we move it to the work session, but allow for, if I'm not mistaken, the city manager, do you not have any type of
Yeah, for
presentation?
discussion.
Or,
Yes, staff is prepared to give a presentation as to its current standing in the planning for FIFA. Not sure myself if there's an action that could be taken right now.
Yeah.
okay, so it's a, go ahead. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I think that the appropriate action would be to make a motion to direct the city manager to work with staff. That's what I was thinking, to work with staff to come back with a presentation for council, but also a presentation that includes the East Point Conventions and Visitors Bureau, direct him to contact them so that they could also be a part of the presentation. That was going to be my action. I don't know if Councilmember
That's what's supposed
Cummings
to happen
is
tonight.
amenable to that, but direct him to come back with the information that we need, and also the Convention Visitors Bureau.
but from my understanding, that was what was supposed to take place tonight, correct? Or do we need to, or would you prefer that we do a,
I think it's probably prudent to let the presentation happen, and then the council can decide what it wants to do as far as next steps.
Madam City Attorney, are we allowed to?
So I think at this point, hearing the discussion on what the action would be, because of Rule 15, if the action is just to direct the city manager to do something once you hear the presentation, leaving it as a presentation is fine, because you're not actually taking action on the substantive issue. You would be taking a procedural action to direct there to be, I guess, some work done by staff. So I think you can leave it as a presentation, hear the plan for the FIFA games, and at the end of the presentation, if there's a motion to direct the city manager to do more, it will be appropriate at the end of that presentation. But we wouldn't be voting on the actual plan, is all I'm saying, which is why you would move it to a agenda item.
Receipt. I think I'm at the fire department, I'm sorry. So, Madam Mayor, the thing is, FIFA games are less than 4 months away. We need, and we have no clue as to what it is at the city, what it is that we're preparing to do, and we sit just on, we are neighbors to the whole city. So if we can at least just sort of see what it is that they have planned, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to vote on anything in particular tonight, but I would like to see what it is that, what they have prepared thus far. Is that okay? Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with the motion to keep, I'm okay with keeping the presentation as is, and then moving Any further discussion or possible action to a future meeting, which would be are you proposing it goes to the work session?
To
or
go to the work
next-
session.
To the work session?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, do we need to go back and,
You no longer need the motion then
Okay.
that's on the floor because
So
it'll
just leave it
stay
as
a
is.
presentation.
okay,
And then now the motion, the agenda has been approved with the only addition after public comment for appointments. So
now-
you're free to go to your next agenda item, which is, I think, if you didn't announce the sergeant at arms, that would need to be done, and then continue with city council meetings.
But my light turned off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but my mic turned
I'm
off.
sorry, Councilwoman Ziegler, you have something for discussion before we move forward?
Thank you. Yes, I was under the understanding that we would have the East Point Conventions and Visitors Bureau here tonight. We do not need to make a motion to direct the city manager to have them come here. We have an oversight. Well, our duty as a council member is oversight. And this is in our lane to make sure that the proper things are going on with that entity. And we do not need a majority vote to have someone come and present.
Oh, I don't think you do. That's not what I
Okay.
said.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes, and I do realize that our job is oversight. However, in keeping in line with what the Convention and Visitors Bureau, keeping in line with their schedule, I would like to hear from every member or the entire body of that Conventions Bureau to come and also present at the meeting. So yes, we do have oversight, but however, in order to make sure things are done and streamlined, we also can provide the city manager with directives so that it's just not a common ask, but it is a directive that is under the purview of council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your comments, and we will proceed. Oh, who else is? Councilwoman Caldwell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask the city manager, have we reached out and confirmed a date for the Visitors Bureau to come and present to us?
So the Visitors Bureau has been meeting with the Economic Development team, including multiple city departments. That's been an ongoing thing. I think that has been going on for a month or maybe 2 months. So I did have a conversation with Maceo Rogers, which I believe he's going to be doing the presentation tonight, and he was seeking to get CVB to be a part of tonight's presentation. Not sure if that schedule's aligned or not, but I know that they're on point to also do presentations within the budget process as well, and as well as the FIFA. I know I've been in on a meeting with both CVB and the city staff talking about FIFA. So I know that they're coordinating, they're working. They've played a role in the presentation that's going to be presented to you, the status of where we are. And I've tasked the team to do a little more work, and but the part that CVB has been a part of, that you should be able to see in full, and staff is doing some more work to fine tune that. But that's my understanding.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we don't have an actual date for them to come in and do their presentation as of today. Are there any other discussion?
The only thing is, if you could just dispose of the motion, either the maker can retract it and the second can be retracted, or it needs to be denied.
I'll retract that.
Okay, so you can, please, Councilwoman.
Absolutely. I will retract the motion, but prior to retracting Section 2-302, Powers and Duties of the City Manager, the city manager shall, subject to the policy, control, direction, and supervision of the mayor and city council, be the head of the administration branch of the municipal government of the city of East Point. Moving into number 4, see that all laws, provisions of this charter, and acts of the city council subject to enforcement by the city manager or by officers subject to the city manager's direction and supervision are faithfully executed. In closing out with number 11, encourage and provide staff for regional and intergovernmental cooperation. Thank you. I'll retract the motion. Play with me.
Thank you. The motion has been retracted, and we are clear to move on to the, may I have a motion to approve the city council minutes from January the 20th, 2026? You do not have a motion, so Councilwoman Ziegler?
Have the,
Been moved and it hasn't been second, so the motion fails. And Councilwoman Ziegler?
yeah, have the things been corrected in the minutes?
What needed to be corrected aside from the format, I guess?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said what needed to be corrected outside of the format.
The executive session motions were not in the minutes, and additionally, okay, there was the mic turned on. So, after we get out of executive session, we make motions. Those motions were not in the minutes.
I'm sorry, it was 2 motions at the end of that meeting.
Yeah, they weren't in the minutes.
I'm saying they were in the minutes of that meeting, they were.
Okay. Maybe the one that we were given, that was not in those minutes. And then the copy that we were provided only has the motions. It doesn't have anything about the discussion, like not a summary or anything like that. So I think as long as we can get those corrected, then we can approve the minutes.
Madam City Attorney, pardon me, are the motions that are in executive session, are they to be, I'm just asking, are you asking for the details of the motion or the actual?
It's the motions that happen outside of executive session that were about executive session. So we had a couple of motions. So when we came out of executive session, we had 2 motions, and those are public motions, and those public motions were not put in the minutes.
I'm sorry, but Councilmember Ziegler, I'm looking at it right now. One of them was from Martin Rogers in reference to retrieving verbatim minutes and works with the communication department on technology upgrade for the council chambers. And the other one is motion to direct the city manager to come back with a crisis communication protocol as it was procured by K. Warren LLC within 5 business days. Those are the 2 that I have in the system.
All right. Councilwoman Mitchell?
So thank you, Madam City Clerk. So is it correct? Can we go ahead and, anybody else had any objections? Okay. I heard that's what the discrepancy was.
Okay, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Hi, thank you so much. I would like the city attorney to weigh in on executive session minutes and what goes into public record from executive session. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, do you want me to respond at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. So the public motions should go into your public minutes that you get approved. One of those motions that you always approve when you come out of executive session is a motion to approve executive session minutes. Those minutes from executive session don't become public. Obviously, they're executive session minutes. But the motion to approve executive session minutes and any motions made out here that materialize after executive session should be placed on the minutes that you have in your packets to approve at the next meeting. So you would be approving, what is that, January 21st meeting minutes? That should have those public motions, but not any details from executive session.
Okay, so to my understanding, as it stands, the motions have been placed in the agenda, and the agenda is accurate. The minutes, I'm sorry, the minutes have been approved.
A follow-up question.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes, a follow-up question. How would one receive executive session minutes if they needed to?
So, a couple of things. If you need to review executive session minutes prior to voting on them, I think that's something that you would do individually with the clerk, because again, they're not public. The only other way to get executive session minutes if there's a court order.
Councilwoman Mitchell?
No, I was going to make the motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting on January 20th.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries. Okay, we will move on to the public hearing section of the agenda. And during the public hearing, the public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make public comment form available in the city hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a form and provide a complete comment form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form. Provided that the speaker given his or her form that he or she gives all or part of his time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during the time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves in their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speaker may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules and decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenities shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule of any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the first speaker?
We have one public comment today. That'll be from Ms. Ernestine Pittman, and she had time given to her by Ms. Jackie Slaughter, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. I have been knocked off my balance by what I've heard here to what I was going to speak about. First, let's go on with this. Madam Mayor was correct in stating that she wanted to make council appointments prior to council comments, public comments. The public has absolutely nothing to do with the appointment by mayor and council. There's no discussion. So public comment is not going to change that. So that was in order. Executive session minutes, leave executive session sealed. The only comment that's made about executive minutes in open forum like this is the presentation of them to the clerk. Only court action can unseal those minutes. The other one was about the Convention Bureau and marketing. That is not under the city managers. That's hotel motel tax money. They are marketing with a contract with the city of East Point. So that does not have directives from him. However, to state that his staff work with them in coordinating anything that the city, that they might want to do here in the city would be appropriate. Now back to what I came here to talk about tonight. I will be posting on my website the official Georgia State Attorney General's opinion about how money in a budget is encumbered. Just because it is allocated in the budget does not mean it passed to be used in the budget. I'm surprised you all don't know that. That section is clearly written in Section 4 of the Charter. And I'm appalled and heart-sickened that we are still talking about that. And reading the minutes and what was at the last council meeting, the city manager is not your administrative secretaries. So there is no relationship at all, according to our council manager form of government, for council members to even be talking about events. Who decide these events? They were not voted on here individually in a council meeting. That was your coward's way of getting around facing the audience, the public, the ones who hold responsible for holding you accountable. You don't have the courage to vote for something in public, so you backdoor it to get around doing it. You cannot spend taxpayers' money on your own personal projects. That's campaigning. That's paying all supporters. And another thing too, I've just gotten so teed off about what I've seen here. You see this little sheet of paper here? I am going to go to the Georgia State Attorney General's office because any agenda that you have should have backup. There's no backup here. None whatsoever. And it should be posted with backup. And plenty enough time for residents and you to see the information before you get here. You can't read, listen, and give an informed opinion about anything. Unless you're the biggest fool ever lived and think you can. And I'm sick of this. And where is the monthly financial report that our esteemed city manager, who can find all this time to take care of budget events, but can't come up with a monthly financial statement? And I want the one with the numbers on it from the budget. I want to see the appropriations that were made. Where are we now? And where is the mid-year 6-year report? You're getting ready to talk about a budget for FY27. You don't know where you are 6 months after the budget you passed for FY26. And another thing, this council budget, you don't have a budget. You have funds that's given to you in order for you to gain the information to make the most and best informed decision that can be made. Everything that you pass up here must have a derivative in our charter. Now you better go back and find in the charter where it says you can have events. I don't have to show you where you can't. You've got to show where you can. I can show you why you have a debit card that you think is your credit card that belongs to us. East Point has to be a member of GMA and the National League of Cities. Education. That's not a requirement for you to sit up there, just age and residency. And then you have to be educated. You use that credit card to go to any conference, workshop, seminar that GMA has and the National League of Cities. Outside of those two, you don't spend any money on the education traveler because GMA is the arm here in Georgia that keeps up with the state legislation that passes, that we have to still be governed under. and make laws in agreement with. Anything that you have to know about government is offered by them. You automatically have membership to go to the website. Told you 6 minutes, but it's going to be enough. Check my website out. Inform Queen Ernestine.
We are going to move forward with the agenda items, and we will come back to the appointments, the appointment motion by, the appointments by Councilwoman Hemming after we get through the presentation.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Council comments are next.
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
We're-
Sorry.
So we can go to council comments.
Madam Mayor, your motion to approve the agenda earlier was to have the appointments issue. Now, if you change it around, I think you have to have another motion because the council voted to do appointments now.
Moving to do the appointments, can we do them now in the public, yes? Can we do, okay, the public comments are over?
Yes, ma'am, because
Okay,
we only had
yes.
one.
Yep.
And so now you're to your next item, which is appointments, which was approved when you did a motion to approve the agenda.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Councilwoman Hemming?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With the support of my ward colleague Eric Friedley, I seek to appoint Atrenda Castle to the Blighted Property Task Force. Ms. Castle is a longtime East Point resident with more than 23 years of experience in affordable housing, supportive housing, nonprofit leadership, and community development. She brings demonstrated expertise in strategic planning, program implementation, community engagement, and housing advocacy. She is the co-founder of Hope Toward Homeownership, an initiative launched during the national housing crisis that partnered with major financial institutions and local governments to stabilize neighborhoods, prevent evictions, and return properties to their productive use across multiple states. Ms. Castle has also served in leadership roles as a local business owner, an HOA president, a housing consultant, and a longtime volunteer in homelessness response and child advocacy. Her professional background and community experience align directly with the goals of the Blighted Property Task Force. And for these reasons, I move to appoint Ms. Atrenda Castle to the Blighted Property Task Force.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries. Is there another? Councilwoman Martin? Okay. Okay, now we can move to the council comments section. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you. Happy Black History Month. It's a time to honor the contributions of Black Americans whose impact continues to shape our nation and our future. We must all strive to respect our elected positions, engage in good faith, and remember that respect builds trust and opens the door to collaboration. Strong government relationships are essential to building trust, aligning priorities, and delivering results to the people. I also would like to take this time to thank Congresswoman Nikema Williams, who presented a $1.6 million check for water plant renovations to the city of East Point on August 24th, 2022, during a Wednesday wind down. And Senator John Ossoff, in June of 2024, he sponsored legislation aimed at supporting the city's water system. The bill came into law in January of 2025. The previous administration understood the value of building a strong foundation, and that work has helped position East Point where we are today. Lastly, the City of East Point has unanimously voted on a communication protocol. To my knowledge, the protocol has not been changed, and adopted legislation took place on 2014-2020. Mr. City Manager, is there a reason that you and members of staff are not following the established communication protocol? And I yield my time for his response. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell. I'm sorry. Jones.
I'm sorry, was that a question to
It was. The communication protocol voted on unanimously by council in 2014 and 2020 isn't being followed by you or members of the staff in East Point. So is there a reason, has that protocol changed? And I don't know about it, but the communication protocol is not being followed. So I was yielding my time for a response from you on the record. Thank you.
Yes, you've been, I believe you just went through a training of the crisis communication protocol.
No, I'm talking about the city's established written communication protocol. I don't want to have the city attorney pull the communication protocol up, but it was voted on back in 2020. It was voted on in 2014, where it talked about the matters of concerns and questions. Direct reports shall acknowledge, direct reports shall provide written responses within 2 business days of acknowledgement. Direct reports shall provide a written final summary. That communication protocol, that was the first one back in 2014, and then there was a follow-up communication protocol back in 2020 that has also been established, but is currently not being followed.
I'm not aware of that communication protocol that you're referring to. I know that you have expressed some opinions on what you think as the current protocol. That I don't believe has been resolved.
I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager. It's resolution number 010-014, and it is also resolution 148-020. So this probably needs to go to a work session so that we are all on the same page as far as communication is concerned. Just makes it pretty difficult for me to get items resolved for my constituents when we're not following the communication protocol. That is a part of the city's charter. Madam Mayor, please, I'm sorry, Madam City Attorney, please make sure that those resolutions are verbatim in the city's minutes. The resolution number 010-014, and also resolution number 148-020. That's the amended communication resolution to the first communication protocol. Again, voted on in 2014, and the amended resolution was voted on in 2020. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Martin Rogers. Is it in your will to have that agenda, that discussion item put on the work session agenda for next meeting, for our next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can you please add that to the agenda for the work session for our next council meeting, please?
Would the title be discussion and possible action on communication protocol?
Yes, I believe, yes.
Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify that that was for the clerk to pull those resolutions. I heard attorney, but I just wanted to clarify that's not, it's okay?
Yes, I meant city clerk.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Okay, so this in addition to the new meeting agenda for work session, please approve the, pull the, what are you looking for? The amendments?
No,
The resolutions. Do you want them to be included in the packet that they, so that everyone can take a look at them?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, please make sure that they are a part of the packet. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, are we observing the 2-minute requirement on council comments tonight or not?
Thank you, Councilman Freeman. Yeah, yes, I will. Thank you. All right. I'll move to Councilwoman Caldwell and then to Councilman Atkins. No? Okay.
Good evening. I will be brief. I just wanted to make a quick announcement that the Ward D community meeting will be held on February 28th. We are still finalizing details, so be on the lookout for some additional information. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Yes, good evening. I have two comments for this evening. The first is to share with the community that on March 1st, 2026, St. Paul's Missionary Baptist Church will celebrate 65 years of service. So I hope that folks will come out and honor one of our great institutions here in our city. And then for the record, I'd like to provide our constituent services report for this past month. So I got one concern from Ward A. That was a constituent concerned about a blighted property tax. They were reporting that they had been actively working to redevelop their blighted property and yet were still taxed highly. I got one constituent concern from Ward B about a neighbor who's unhoused and living behind the Amico on Normanberry Drive. City staff did make contact with that individual who denied the services that the city offered. I have one constituent concern from Ward C. The constituent was asking about the city policies and procedures related to ethics complaints. That request is ongoing and has not yet been cleared. And then finally, we got two concerns from residents about requesting the city's official position regarding the enforcement activities of ICE in the community. Those are all of my comments for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, we have been in contact with Chief Buchanan and the city manager, and we are preparing to address ICE in our city. So thank you, Councilwoman Hemming, for bringing that up. And I would like to remind our residents that your safety is of our utmost importance, and we are thankful for the people that have come together in the community around the ICE issue, and we will continue to, we will keep you informed. Thank you so much. And now we will go into the presentation and announcement section of the agenda, starting with item number 1, Fiscal Outlook, Part 1 by the City Manager. City Manager Jones.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm going to ask somebody to queue up the presentation for me.
Madam City Clerk, at the start of the presentation, can we set the clock for 15 minutes, please? Thank you.
Okay, so as that gets set up, I wanted to give a little bit of a agenda on what do we plan on doing. So that looks a little jumbled up there. This will be a part 1 of a 2-part presentation, starting out with a micro look of various assumptions and uncertainties, and we'll then go to a part 2, which we intend to have that next Monday, that will focus in on the micro. So that looks really different. It's not even in the same type. Maybe there's a version that's been emailed. And then we had emergencies flash drive one too, right? That's the one with the flash drive? Well, maybe we should go to the other one then. Not sure where all these different fonts coming from, but at least that looks a little bit better. Okay, well. Technology, okay. We'll work through it here. although it's not lining up now. So should I let you manually do it? Okay. Okay, so while we're kind of starting this conversation, as we
I'm
build...
sorry, City Manager. Just wanted to make sure that the clock is started. Thank you.
As we
Go ahead.
build towards our recommended budget in April, there's a number of things that we should, keep in mind as we kind of form these recommendations. And so today's discussion is aimed at really being transparent on some of the headwinds and challenges that are in the environment in our budget and in our budget preparation. Focus will be on a macro level, kind of talked about that, and the foundation on which we start to build our recommendations. So again, we look to reinforce our stewardship in the budget, and we can move to the next slide. So some of the attributes of the fiscal environment, looking from a macro standpoint, there's certainly a slowing in the national and regional economic growth. A lot of that has been added to with some positions in the federal government. Certainly reduced federal funding has played a role in it. We've also have had additional or higher requirements as far as our local matches go with previously granted federal funding. We also, as well as many, are experiencing rising costs driven by inflation and global trade pressures. And certainly inflation has been an interesting mix. Pressures have eased enough. The Fed just made the decision not to increase interest rates or decrease interest rates, but that position itself kind of lets you know the kind of uncertainty that we have. We're certainly not totally on the long-term Fed's goals in their comfort zone, but inflation has kind of tinkered down a bit since its height coming out of the previous administration and obviously out of COVID-19 funding. Next slide. So with regard to federal funding, less certain and most costly, shifting federal landscapes have definitely played a role, particularly looking at the expiration of the pandemic era funding, COVID-19 funding, the ARPA, which is commonly referred to, is running out. We're in our last bit of funding, and reporting is gotten pretty intense as we close that program out. But there's also been federal matching requirements with the funding, kind of touched on that earlier. Greater compliance, though, is also a big piece of closing out some of those COVID-era funding platforms, and so, and it could also require some additional staff time, maybe even consultants, to make sure that we finish out those programs and that they are reported correctly, and to ensure compliance, so to avoid having to pay money back, worst case scenario, or having any kind of penalties or anything like that. So it's really important to make sure we close those programs out correctly as required by the federal government. This may require some time to be diverted from some of our current services. Staff, obviously, this would require priority, and so things may get pushed back. We've got a staff that are focused on closing that out, but that could be something that could cost, depending on how intricate closing out some of those programs may get. The other aspect is fewer discretionary dollars for local governments. The impacts on operations that were established with those federal funds are now, on the general fund obligation. So there's programs that were funded by ARPA that council wants to continue, but now general funds the only source for those type of programs. And so the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment is one of those things, and particularly dealing with our unhoused population. Those programs came in under the ARPA era of funding, and now if we want to continue those things, we have to find new and different revenue streams to be able to continue with those type of services.
I'm sorry, pardon me for a second. Madam City Attorney, can you, for the Open Meetings Act, are we allowed to talk amongst ourselves during the meeting, or?
I guess you need to be more specific, like if a council member leans over to another council member to say something during the meeting, that's fine.
Okay.
But if it is in reference to something that's going on the screen,
Okay.
or I would recommend that if it's for the benefit of the public, obviously it should be said out loud.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that if there were any side discussions during the meeting, that.
Yeah, so long as there's a quorum in
Okay.
here, what
Okay.
happens outside of this doesn't.
All right, thank
Doesn't
you.
matter.
Just one for my clarification. I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am.
that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, picking back up. So rising costs is also one of those headwinds that we're looking at, particularly with materials and certainly the uncertainties with the tariffs. Those cost pressures, we can't control, but certainly things like construction materials, steel, aluminum particularly, utility equipment, and replacement parts are also very impacted, and vehicle and fleet components are also impacted. The lead time for certain equipment is now extenuating into even longer time frames. That also is an outcome of some of the supply chain volatility that the uncertainties have caused. And this is again coming out of COVID, which also had supply chains kind of rearing then. So the response to all of those now with tariffs adding to the mix creates a lot of uncertainties. Project costs can tend to be more expensive. We've seen that certainly during COVID years, and while there may be some normalization of those, there's still a recognizable high cost to projects. Next slide. We also seen some labor realities. I think some might say, well, with federal workforce disruptions, that there will be some opportunities from other layers of government to take advantage of high-skilled labor. And while that is true in some cases, the challenging part of that is it kind of creates a competing factor for the workforce out there. So to get, obviously you always want to get the best and most qualified individuals, but we may have to pay a little bit more than even the market had before, because these individuals are expecting packages and dollar for dollar amounts that typically outpace local governments. So that creates another layer of competition but also higher wage requirements to acquire the best qualified people out there. So costs and benefits to that disruption, and we're on a cusp of probably potentially another furlough of some sort. So this constant uncertainty creates other effects in the marketplace. Next slide. So another economic indicator, and this is something that is experiencing both in the state of Georgia, but also nationally, some economic indicators that we are expecting to see a slowing of momentum in housing sales. And so economists are looking at housing sales, particularly in Georgia, where housing sales were thought of as being kind of overheated. Now the slowing or plateauing is having a more of an effect, or at least in the feel of that effect, because the market was kind of hot for a while. But housing sale activities are slowing. This is showing some taxable values stabilizing. New construction momentum is also moderate. Why this matters for East Point? Well, growth is really part of some of our budgeting practices, and so you probably heard the term allow growth to pay for growth. Well, when growth is not there, then we really have to focus in on making sure that we work within our current revenue streams, or be focusing on making sure our revenue streams are more focused on their true expense and true costs, because you can't just have growth bail you out of having projections or estimates off. So revenue continues to grow, but just not at the same level that was assumed in previous budget years. Next slide. So compounding pressures, not isolated issues. Why this might feel a little different, I think there's a mix of, the economy is exhibiting some strength, and economists are saying at the high levels of the economy, the purchasing power continues to be strong, and is given a lot of mixed messages for the economy, for folks that really focus in on that. What they're seeing, though, is mid-class and lower middle class are experiencing affordability issues, and those multiple complex differing snapshots are causing a lot of uncertainties in the market, and so those multiple pressures make it very hard to kind of forecast, but I think it's solid that we look at ways to offset some of the lack of revenue that we might be getting by examining new revenue streams or strengthening existing revenue streams, reducing the one-time funding options. We talked about the ARPA going away. Those type of funds likely aren't going to be returning anytime soon, and so understanding limitations on growth really need to require us to focus in on some of the imbalances in our structures. And that essentially just means making sure that we have a plan that can still focus in on growth, but making sure that it keeps in pace with revenues. And so that is going to require some discipline. It's likely that the status quo budgeting practices won't be sustainable. We will have to look at across-the-board type of discipline actions to make sure that our revenues and our expenditures stay aligned. all services and cost drivers, must be reviewed. So we're taking our process now, going through our department budgets with a real critical eye on that particular aspect, and overall making sure that our revenue structures, including our utility rates, are well evaluated. Next slide. So closing thoughts on the macro perspective is that we should focus on not simply balancing the budget, but positioning the budget to really be sustainable for the long term. Taking deep reviews of department impacts, examining utility rate structures, evaluating and creating cost containment strategies, and protecting protection of essential services, maintaining a long-term fiscal stability, and leading with honest foresight. With that, I'll conclude, and we'll have Q&A opportunity.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions on this presentation? Councilwoman Cardwell, then Councilwoman Hemming, and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, thank you, City Manager, for the presentation. Two quick questions. Just kind of recognizing that there are expected kind of ups and downs in the economy. Can you speak to what proactive planning has been placed or is in place to manage some of these pressures before we pass along or think about passing along any impact to residents? Have we had any proactive planning?
Yeah, so this is kind of the first volley, if you will. There will be presentations that will be presented to council that's going to look at revenue generating opportunities. So one of the presentations that you'll receive is how we can look at our hotel motel, making sure that we're appropriately getting the numbers on our gross sales tax receipts. Doing the same thing, looking at our liquor license sales tax receipts. We'll be also exploring and making sure that our utility rates are clearly where they need to be. There's been some time since we've reviewed those, and so we've done a full review of those. There's been some new fees that we're exploring, like impact fees. These are fees that address some folks who to transport through our communities, but you still use our roads and use our streets and ways to capture that. Things related to our development agreements, making sure that they are fairly represented, and that those things are negotiated with the perspective of sustainability, as well as whatever immediate impacts that developments might have. So those kind of things we'll be talking about through the budget process.
Okay. One other question. It sounds like a lot of the presentation kind of talked through some of the things that may be having a negative impact, and just kind of wondering if the administration has seen any parts of the economy that is performing well, and what strategies, or maybe we can just consider this could be a future discussion, just strategies that can be considered to potentially expand on some of those things.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to make it seem like it's all doom and gloom. I mean, I certainly touched on briefly on the strength of the economy is really coming from high-end users and buyers and consumers. So there is strength there. But, you know, a community like us, I think we could look at more diversity in our housing to, you know, maximize having something for everyone. And so there's opportunities there. There's opportunities for some of our big development. Those dollars haven't slowed down. So as we look at things like the Commons or look at major redevelopment opportunities, we're seeing that investment at that level still there. So there's some good things there, but being ready to seize those opportunities when they present themselves is really what we're looking to home in on.
Thank you. Okay. Councilwoman Hemming.
I yield. Councilwoman Caldwell asked my questions.
Awesome. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and thank you so much for your presentation. I would have liked to received it earlier to thoroughly review it, but here it is. Thank you so much. What I wanted to say about your presentation is you have a changed fiscal environment, and you talked about economic growth. What I would like to see in your presentation is how we line up with maybe the next city that is comparable to East Point. I want to see the numbers. The environment we are budgeting in, showing national and regional economic growth. What does that look like regionally and nationally? Where does East Point fall? I would like to see the numbers related to that economic growth, the data points. On one of the slides, you also have federal funding less certain, more costly. What are the numbers? How much money have we gotten in federal funding, and where has that money gone to? Again, we do receive quite a bit of money from federal funding. Where does it go to? How does that look? And what about federal funding for 2026? Will we have those numbers? What does that look like? What does federal funding look like in 2025 for East Point? Where are the numbers as it relates to the money received for federal funding? Rising costs of materials and tariffs, again, how do tariffs impact the state of Georgia? But then, on the other side of that, how will those tariffs impact East Point, Georgia? Labor reality, workforce market pressures. We had the study done. We had a study that we voted on a couple of months ago as far as making our compensation package more desirable for East Point employees. So I would like more information on the workforce market pressures. What pressures are we seeing? Housing sales. I was just in the South Fulton Municipal meeting, and they said part of that presentation was housing sales are going up. It's just that housing sales aren't affordable now. There's not much affordable housing on the market. So I would just like to see the numbers is where does East Point line up as far as your presentation is concerned? What are those numbers? What are we looking at? Thank you.
Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, just to follow up on your response to Councilmember Caldwell in terms of additional revenue sources, you mentioned impact fees. And I know that we've had a presentation and there's a process that we have to go through in order to be able to implement impact fees. And I think that we've started that process already. Can you speak to where we are in that so that we may be able to realize those additional funds as it relates to impact fees?
Yeah, so we certainly had consulted a consultant to help us walk through that. That's going to be a part of our budget process. So we'll have a whole section where we're going to look at all the various revenue stream opportunities that we'll have, and I'll put it to, we'll go into more in-depth detail at that point.
Okay, but we are still on track.
Oh, we're still looking at the, absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any more discussion? And so, City Manager, for the next presentation, are you going to have the data points and fees that were covered or asked or requested in the next presentation?
So the next presentation is the part 2, that's the micro. And so I will have I will have some of that information. Certainly, when we look at some of the other communities, that was definitely going to be part of the presentation. We're going to have a separate update on the salary and the Evergreen study. So my presentation is not going to deal with that. As far as the impacts go locally, especially with federal impacts, that's certainly going to be a part of that presentation. I will give a little bit of a commercial and say that those are come with costs and benefits. Certainly, the impact on our reserves, things like federal grants that are coming with matching. Those matches usually come out of reserves. And so based on our health of our reserves, that doesn't always mean a good thing. So we just have to be able to zoom in on how we are with our reserves, and I will be talking about that in my next presentation.
Okay, thank you. And I will go to Councilwoman Hemming.
Madam Mayor, may I direct a question at the to the city manager?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, I appreciate you sharing this with us, and I wanted you to walk through what responsibility might look like on our end as a body. You described some of the outlooks for maybe future budgets, but we are about 7 months into this current budget cycle. I sit on the Budget and Finance Committee and learned from your interim finance director that there are some constraints that we're currently facing with deficits right now. Could you talk through what some strategies are available to us via amendments or otherwise that would allow us to address the current issues based on these macro level things that you've laid out for us this evening?
Sure, I will say, and we were almost going to try and queue it up for this evening, but we couldn't get a response back from our banking partners, and this was after our meeting last week, so it was a short period of time. But there are some opportunities that the council can look at in the way we structure our accounts that will create some revenues for us that will allow us to address some of those challenges with the deficits. And there are some naturally occurring deficits. What we shared before is the way that the city gets their dollars usually is very similar to the major moments where you pay your taxes. And some residents choose to pay their taxes all at one time, and a lot also, pay their taxes every 6 months, depending on how they structure their mortgages and their escrows and all those other kind of variables. But we tend to see that. Now, we'll get funds that will come in monthly, but the real big ones, if you will, larger numbers come in twice a year. So it is typical to see some deficits in the course of that 12-month period that makes up our fiscal year. When we get concerned is then when we see those deficits go beyond a certain rate, or where we use the variable variance rate. Then we can start to say, okay, slow down on this and slow down on that. So we can hold off on hires. We can do a lot of things during the year to slow down that variance rate to better prepare for when we expect those funds to come in. So there's a bit of balancing and I'm thinking of the word.
Maneuvering?
Was that?
Maneuvering?
Maneuvering is a word. I was thinking of something like another word, but anyway, it's escaping me now. But yeah, estimating. That we like to say estimating. So there's a bit of estimating that we do in that process. But the areas that we know that is a concern, we slow down the spending in those areas.
And I just wanted to piggyback on something Councilmember Martin Rogers said. She specifically asked for a report that showed the types of federal funding that we have gotten in, and then those that might have been ceased. I think that has major implications for our budget. I don't remember the exact dollar amount, but the amount of the ARPA funds was incredibly large, and that opened up lots of opportunities for us to support more services. In absence of those funds, I heard you mention several times that we needed to make appropriate structural changes, and that we also needed to come up with strategies to navigate around those losses. So if you could please document that out very clearly, the different types of federal funding, not just a lump sum federal funding, but the different types, and when those fundings might have sunset, because that has huge implications on our budget. Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And we're going to move on to the second presentation, but I noticed that it says discussion and approval is, I'm sorry, I didn't see your mic. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Just one more quick question. Is there a plan to share specific details, maybe prioritizing some of the areas that might need immediate attention or have concerns, not like a high-level overview, but specific details as to where the deficit is?
Let me look at that. I don't know if there's any major emergencies in the sense that we have to stop doing something, like stop delivering the service. Although I will say that there is one. I'm sorry, there is one, and I can detail that one out, and that's particularly working with our unhoused population. We just got finished doing a fundraiser on that. We're waiting to see how well we did on that. And I was told that those funds will be coming in throughout this month. And so I should have a better snap picture on where we are there. But that's the only program that comes to my mind that we run the risk of not being able to completely deliver throughout the rest of the fiscal year.
All right, Councilman Mitchell, and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you. This is for Mr. City Manager. I know we mentioned, I think that was a great question, we mentioned grant funding and things like ARPA funding. I want to make sure I have a correct understanding of this. Does that go under non-departmental? Or how would that money be, who will be over this, how this money is allocated?
The ARPA dollars got used through departments, so certain departments utilize those funds. So they would be departmental funds in the sense that we've budgeted those funds in that department. If I think I answered that correctly, I gotta make sure that was a little.
So I was going to ask you about
my finance director might.
If you want to expound, I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. When we get grant money in, is that considered non-departmental unless a certain department requests or it's awarded a grant?
Speak up, Mr. Mitchell. I can't hear you, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Council Mayor. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, I was trying to get a better understanding of when we get grant money in, does that go under the non-departmental category unless the grant money is awarded to us, like, say, the police department or something like that? So when we get to something like ARPA funds and, or how would that work?
So we'll use the police department as an example. So it will go to the police department, it won't go into a non-departmental account, it'll go directly to the police department. If it's a grant funded for the police department or a fire department, it's allocated to the police department.
So I was asking about like the ARPA funds. What would something like that go?
So the ARPA funds was distributed across multiple departments, and that was approved by council, and it can't be changed unless it comes back to council.
Okay, so are there any situations where, so when we get grant money in, it's usually allocated to a department or a department is awarded that money?
Yeah, so specifically, we'll use the fire department. 9 times out of 10, the grant will be applied for by the department, or specifically for the department, whether it's sanitation, fire department. If it's applied for directly for an department, it's going to be allocated directly for that department.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and this question is directed towards Mr. City Manager. How much money is in the city's reserve account?
So, I don't have that exact number, but I will say that the reserves are made up of restricted and non-restricted funds. And so the trick to, and we'll go into detail of the reserves, and I think there was a presentation I gave back in November, December, that really had a breakout, and I'll show those again. But when we talk about the reserves, we can only work from a portion of those reserves. And so while we might have reserves of upward of 45 million or so, many of those may be restricted, and we may only have access to those. And those also are restricted in various enterprises, and so it depends on if there's general fund requirements or if there's enterprise requirements that require to go into those reserves. So we'll go into more detail on that, but it's really a very complicated answer to that question that it deserves to have more time that I'm prepared to give at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. And then for the next update, is it possible to have a number on the reserve fund in the next meeting, or you
Yeah,
can share
that's
that?
going to be part of it. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. So we're moving on to item 2, and I want to understand, just to clarify for the record, is this a item that should be presentation only, or this is to Mr. City Manager, are you asking for council to make a motion on this item? And how should that move forward, since this is in the presentation section and not a part of the actual agenda?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that was something that Parks and Rec Director and I was just discussing. I think there might have been some confusion when preparing the agenda. But whatever the council is comfortable with, we are prepared to go that direction. So there was a change order that was presented with the presentation, but that is not the typical way to do that. But we're prepared to hold that change order, over until the next meeting, the work session, and then have that potentially up for a vote on the last meeting of the month. So we can do that in either case, wherever the council feels the comfort level.
Madam Mayor, because of Rule 15, I think City Manager's latter option is appropriate, is to, you can hear the presentation, but it can't be voted on because it hadn't been to a work session.
All right, so we will move.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Given the time sensitivity of this item, I'd move that we suspend that rule to allow for the presentation, and if needed, to take action on that item tonight.
Okay. We have a motion, and it has been seconded. So, a discussion. Councilman Atkins?
Yes, so your presentation this evening, Mr. City Manager, It would better facilitate action on this, to vote on this evening, correct? Based on the fact that we're in the budget cycle and there are things that need to be addressed to make sure that that process continues on and is smoothly and is effective in your planning, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Mitchell?
So I'm trying to catch up. So this is, we're approving the change order request. Do you already have information on that yet, or that's what they're about to present? I'm assuming?
I don't have any information on it.
Mr. City?
I think it got submitted. Is it in the packet?
Are we on number 2 yet? Oh.
Yeah, we are on number 2. We're on number 2 with the discussion and the proposed approval for the multi-generational rec center. So do we then need to make an amendment to the agenda to
No, ma'am.
vote? Okay.
So right now, you're in discussion on the vote to suspend the rules. And so, once we finish discussion on that, you'll call for the vote, and then we'll hear the presentation, and if the vote passes to suspend the rules to allow for a vote after the presentation, then you can get a vote on whatever the ask is from City Manager and Parks and Rec.
Okay, thank you. And so the order is to hear the presentation and then get the, because I believe the suspension of the rule has been seconded, and we have had the discussion, so, I'm sorry, go
I have a
ahead.
question. So I was trying to understand, so are we suspending the rules to have the presentation? Okay.
No, sir.
It's suspending rules to take action on the change order?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir, you're correct. So we
Okay,
just-
thank
If no
you.
one else is in for discussion, you just need the vote on the suspension of the rules.
Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rule? All those opposed? The ayes have it. We will hear the presentation, and then we will have a vote on the ask. Madam City Clerk, please start the timer, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to be in front of you tonight to present what we've worked on. Just for a brief context, I've been working towards this goal going on 16 years, actually. My team has done an amazing job with programs. We want some of the biggest programs in the state and probably in the Southeast. We are faced with a great challenge of needing more space to service more of the community. The young lady to my right is Miss Sophia. You guys have seen her quite a few times. They've done an amazing job dating back to spring of 2025, engaging with the community, hearing their input and the things that they want to add. So tonight we will be giving our first visual of what we worked on. I think we were able to address a lot of the concerns and the things that the residents wanted. I think we have a design plan in place that can address from age 3 to 103 with a lot of beautiful program spaces and kids that might have different challenges in a space that we have been working on and providing opportunities for those parents and those kids the last year. So I'm going to turn this presentation over to Sophia, and we will work through some of the thought processes and some of the spaces that we have in the Rec Center.
Good evening. I'm equally excited about sharing this presentation. Good evening, Mayor Chapman, and to the council members. Thank you for this opportunity to give you this update. We've been, as you mentioned, we've been working vigorously. We're going to start with a little background on the site, just to make sure that everyone is on the same page. So this is the location of the site. It's off of Ben Hill. Behind our site is the Georgia Soccer Park, and in front of our site is a Microsoft warehouse. And as some of you already know, this site is very interesting. We have a few obstacles to work around, a few limitations, but we find that sometimes these limitations actually cause us to be more creative. And so one of the things we have, you'll see there in the blue, is a creek. And so with the creek, there are limitations on how close we can get to the creek. In the center, there is the number 2, and that color represents the floodplain. And so within that floodplain, we cannot do any kind of significant structures. The other item that we have here in yellow that crosses the site is the gas pipe easement. And so that gas pipe easement, that area we cannot construct on either. So where you see the number 4, that dark green color, that is the area that we can construct. And so this is the driver for the location of the facility. So this is a site plan showing the layout. As I mentioned, that with the limitations, it's caused us to be more creative. You'll find the building itself at the very corner pushed against Ben Hill, which we think is a plus because the community will be able to see the facility and they'll know the investment that you've made in the community. Major plus. So East Point is the gateway to the city of Atlanta. When people land at the airport, they're welcomed by the city of East Point. However, East Point is more than a gateway. East Point is a cultural crossroad, a hub serving as a near-city mecca for Black business, diverse culture, and multi-generation community activities. This sense of greeting, connection, and access echoes the feedback from the East Point residents. They want to see more of this connection, feel charged by the activities, and have an exciting experience regardless of age, ethnicity, or income. This feedback guided the design that you'll see today. When the community comes to their new gathering hub, they are welcomed, they have choice, they have access, and they are connected. And so the overall concept for the facility is the hub. You have 3 major building components, but what's important is the space in between these components. This is where the connection of activities happens. This particular space allows every visitor to be on center court. The layout creates clear organization for scheduling and organized play while fostering community through shared visibility and proximity. The central hub acts as a social anchor, ensuring that even as activities occur in separate zones, players and spectators remain visually and spatially connected, reinforcing a sense of unity for the community. Okay, and so this is the entry sequence or procession for the multiplex. As you step out of your vehicle, you'll come across this walkway. To your right will be the playfields. In these playfields are where you'll have flag football or any other outdoor activity you desire. And then to the right, we have an area for a playground for the little kiddos. And this is the greeting. You'll walk right through. So this hub actually opens up, and in that opening is where individuals are welcome into the facility. If you want to add anything, you're welcome. All right, and so this is your view from Ben Hill, and so it'll be clear, the facility, this is not really the main access, but because of the walkability of the community, sidewalk, biking, we made sure that there was some access off of Ben Hill as well. And so this is actually part of that hub in the center, and that hub in the center blurs the line between inside and outside. So some of the spaces are enclosed, and this is one of the spaces that's open. So if you want to have multi-purpose activities on the exterior, you'll have an open courtyard for that. And then when we take you inside, the main space that will meet you is this multi-purpose atrium space. So it's great for the number of people that will be visiting the facilities, but it also can be used for various purposes by the city overall. Did you want to say more about that?
So one of the design thoughts with this particular space, I know a lot of times we have a lot of gatherings, potentially the Christmas party is always is an idea. We have a lot of reservations for just people in the community that want to utilize the space. So tourism is definitely a part of the thought process to bring revenue into the city, basically putting heads in beds through various tournament components in the 3 hubs that Sophia mentioned. We'll be able to entertain basketball tournaments on a large scale. Those of you familiar with AAU basketball know the kind of revenue when people choose your space. We have opportunity to participate in volleyball, wrestling. Pickleball is a big space that we've been involved in for years. So a lot of times when you're holding a function of that magnitude, a lot of times there's a big kickoff meeting, but this will be a space that obviously you all can use, residents can rent this space, but every space that we're going to move through this presentation is going to have a potential revenue source that could come in for the city, as well as usable space for our residents.
So the next space we want to talk about is your STEM activities, and so this is an activity that you already have at Jefferson Park, and we understand that there's a long line every year when this activity starts for parents who want to get their students involved. And so we provided a space in this facility, a dynamic space. As you can see, there's a separation, so that allows for you to have 2 classrooms or 1 large classroom. There are also garage door openings that allow that class to flow out into the corridor. This allows for a variety of uses. Sometimes kids are working on robots and the space inside is not enough and they want to go outside and grab an area to work on that. So just to...
And it's important to note regarding the STEM space, one of the commitments we got from Microsoft some years ago was to actually provide the actual components of this space. So we're still working through that. My next phase, once we kind of finalize these plans, we'll be working with Microsoft to actually give us the equipment to put in that space. STEM is something that we've been involved with probably dating prior to COVID. So as was mentioned, we have a waiting list of people wanting to be a part of that space. So that is going to be an exciting feature of the rec center. This particular space.
So this is your sensory space, and this allow neurodivergent children, even adults, to have a place where they can participate a little bit more freely. I believe that they can actually participate in the entire facility, but this is a little bit more focused on them and their needs.
So as most of you guys know, we recently became a Miracle League provider, I want to say in the winter of '24. So we've been doing those programs in that space for the better part of a year. We've had big baseball events, inclusive playgrounds have been a part of my plan as far as our play spaces, which will be a part of this property as well. And I'll stay up for this one. Okay, so obviously the workout space, having a healthy community was a thought process as well. Small courtyards gives us opportunity to have some indoor-outdoor spaces. And I believe the top right corner.
Multi-purpose.
Yeah, it's a multi-purpose space, similar to what we have, but on a grander scale than what we have at Jefferson. Those spaces are typically used for birthday parties. We've had repasts, you name it. We've had it in our rec center that we currently have, but we have multiple multi-purpose rooms that are connected. So if it's a large group that needs more space, the walls can be separated to create a larger unit. All right, back to fitness. So an interior track was a part of the design as well. So I know we could have definitely used that these past couple of weekends when it's been like 17 degrees outside. But fitness doesn't stop, so that thought process was to be able to be active and healthy inside of this space as well. Fitness again, recently we renovated the weight room center at Jefferson Rec. I've seen a few of you guys use it. I know Ms. Japare has been over there. But yeah, it'll be a nice fitness space. We wanted to have a concept of indoor-outdoor, so a lot of great lighting, windows will be in the space to take advantage of the beautiful property that the rec center will sit on. And this is our view at night. So we're here to answer any questions that you may have regarding what we've presented.
Thank you for your presentation. Sorry, Councilman Mitchell.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I was mentioning the field, so I'm assuming, are those going to be regulation size for like high school and other tournaments?
So, obviously, you guys know I've been up here with the girls, the guys, we're really big in the flag football space. So we wanted to create a field space that kind of mirrored that. The beauty about that green space, we'll have the opportunity, the way the fields are laid out, if we want to do like a city event, that might carry on outside. But as far as the scale of the fields, they do fall under regulations for the activity that we're kind of deep in, which is flag football.
And I'm just wondering if I missed it. Did you guys, I know you were trying to determine if the pool was going to be on-site or off-site, or do we have any more information around the pool?
Yes. You want me to speak to it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So one of the things that came out in the community meetings was the scale and the size of the pool. It was kind of, I don't want to use the word vote. The input kind of dictated that they wanted an Olympic style size pool, which would not be able to work in this particular space. So what we wanted to do was take advantage of all of the programming opportunities, and we're looking at other sites where a pool of that size could fit in the city.
Cool. Is that what the change order is for, or what is that specifically?
You want to get into that part? Yeah.
Yes, sure. So in looking at the overall scope of the project, we provided an estimated construction cost for this project. And the construction cost for the project is more than what originally was stated for the project. So originally, I don't have the exact numbers, but, well, maybe I do. Do you have the change?
Copy of it. It's right here.
Okay. So originally, the construction cost was $33,250 million, and now it is $44,300 million, right? And so the cost of construction gives you a very good idea of the scope of the project, right? And I'm just going to give you an idea that, you know, we probably can all relate with. If I were to tell you that I just bought a new house in East Point and I spent $250,000 on it, you could kind of figure out what kind of house I bought, right? If I told you that I bought a house in East Point and it was $350,000, it'd be a different house, right? And so this is pretty much the case here. Our proposed fee was a percentage of construction, and that's pretty much why we do the percentage of construction, because it's a great indicator of the project scope.
So that's about an $11 million difference from initially stated. And is that itemized into what's this going into, like fees, services, consulting, you know, materials? Do we have any figures on that?
So our proposed fee for, you know, per the contract is 6% on the first 10 million and 5.5% on anything above that first 10 million. And so that's what's used to arrive at our fee, which the fee increase that we're requesting is $517, $517,094.
517,000?
$517,094. Yes. No problem, no problem, no problem. Thank you, whoever posted that.
Thank you for your hard work, thanks.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to go to Councilwoman Ziegler, then Councilwoman Cummings, and Councilwoman Caldwell. Councilwoman Ziegler?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm over here. I moved to change seats. Thank you so much for your presentation. Two things. The first thing is, you know, there is this stream that runs through the property. What are we doing to highlight that and to really make that an asset?
So I do remember that one of the things you mentioned was maybe a bridge to cross the stream and a walking path on the other side. And so that's something that's definitely going to be included.
Okay. And those are soccer fields that are there?
Multi-purpose.
Multi-purpose?
Yeah, multi-purpose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. I would have preferred to have seen maybe a basketball, because we have a ton of people using the basketball courts. There's,
Plenty of that.
go ahead.
Yeah, so, yeah, we have plenty of basketball opportunities inside of, it's coined as the hub. The hubs are the basketball courts.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you so much.
Councilwoman Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. So, parking, I saw, can you go back to the drawing?
Thank you.
Okay, I see it. Parking, how many spaces is that allowed in? The parking spaces? Or will there be a parking deck, or is it just all flat surface?
Can you push your microphone?
Sorry.
Yeah, we're still working through the parking.
Still working through the parking. And so there are two multi-purpose fields that will be there, correct?
Correct.
All right, and I know the whole hub concept, basketball courts, how many courts will, so if you, like you said, if you do have an AAU tournament or something, how many games are you able to?
So we will have 6 courts. So the thought process is, if you have a larger tournament, all spaces are available. I'm not sure if you guys follow a lot of college basketball, but we have a young kid who will probably be number 3 or number 4 pick in the NBA coming up this season. We've already started having talks with him about having private workouts, so some of his his new professional colleagues can take advantage of a private space, but we will have enough to withhold a larger tournament. In regards to the parking, Mr. Jones and I are in conversations with Georgia Soccer Park to have like a mutual shared space. If you're familiar with the events we've done in the past with, at the Rec Center, with Tri-Cities, we're having discussions with them, hopefully as early as next week, to be able to utilize some of their spaces as well. And we're also looking at the opportunities near that space to hold more parking.
Okay, and last question about well, 2 questions. The hub, and I know you showed all the different rooms, the meeting rooms, the big kind of walk-in area. And I guess because I missed out, like, so will the courts be in each one of the hubs? I mean, it's the room specific, because you have those 3 hubs, correct? The 3 buildings? And are we specific to what's going to be in each one of them? Because I know it all kind of works together. They meet in the middle or whatever. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm clear on what's in each one of those buildings.
So each building will have the same function and the same opportunity. So for example, with pickleball, there's simply a painted line that we have similar to Jefferson Rec. The volleyball courts will be retracted out of the ceiling to give us the floor space. And obviously basketball, the rims are there to be able to do basketball.
So they're all 3 the same type of buildings? Everything will be the same?
Correct.
Gotcha. And last question, the change order, I know we're talking about now 517,000 and a little bit something, 039. And that's because of the increase in construction price or just?
Increase in construction cost, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, I yield.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. This is a great presentation. I am super excited for what's to come. Just a couple of questions. I think Councilmember Ziegler asked about the walking path, so it sounds like that's a part of the plan as well. This sounds like a great opportunity for return on investment and, a business opportunity. Will there be businesses on site like coffee shops, or is any of that included?
I might have to make you some coffee, but we'll have a concession space. We didn't dive into every particular room, but it will be a concession space. If you come to our basketball games this weekend, we can get you some hot chocolate. But as far as like the business spaces, we talked about like WeWork spaces, but it's a lot of open air spaces that we can kind of make things happen for the business community as well as a resident that just want to come in to get their workout on. Yeah.
And then one other question, sorry. Is there going to be any cost for residents to attend, work out, any of that?
So, similar to the same model that we have now, you have an annual gym membership. What I more than likely will separate are non-East Point attendees will pay a different rate. Kind of like with our programs, we have people coming from everywhere. Obviously, as you can see, the magnitude of what we're looking to build is going to be monumental in the city's history. And our programs now attract people from everywhere. So my thought is to have a tiered pricing, one for East Point residents and visitors just from the outside.
Okay.
But yeah, it will be a gym membership for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilman Atkins, and then Councilwoman Hemmings, and then we're going to go to Councilwoman Martin Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Director Pinkin and Ms. Tarkin for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. I know that my colleague, Councilmember Ziegler, and also Caldwell asked about the trails or the streams, and I know that with our buffers, the 50-foot undisturbed vegetative buffer, and then an additional 25-foot. So with those, and it looks like from this image you have on the screen, that will incorporate the 75-foot. Is that correct? And we'll still be able to get trails along the stream?
So I think that there's a certain scale where it's permissible, and we'll work that out with the civil engineer. Each buffer is by jurisdiction, so the 25-foot, I believe, is the state buffer, and then there's a 50-foot buffer and a 75. I think the 75 might be East Point specific.
East Point is 50-foot undisturbed vegetative.
Okay.
And then East Point has a 25-foot additional regarding impervious surface. But you are correct, the state does have a 25-foot buffer, but I think that because of ours, and Madam Attorney, you may be able to speak to this, because we've got the 50 and the 25, I think that ours would incorporate the state's 25, so we don't have to add another 25. I just wanted to make sure that with those buffer requirements, that we would still be able to get a nice trail along the
So,
streets.
yeah, and so I believe that we'll be able to get a trail. I think the request was to cross the water, and that would require a pedestrian bridge. And so the bridge would have to span the distance, probably 50 feet, as long as it's pedestrian. I'm pretty sure a vehicle bridge would be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, pedestrian bridge, I think was, it was pedestrian
Mm-hmm.
bridge. So if we could do that, and it looks like from this image, we've got streams on two sides of the property, almost like a V, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so potentially for the walking trails, has that been incorporated, included, and considered in the additional change order of $44 million?
So once we are almost at the end of the schematic design phase. Once we get to the end of that, we will do another cost estimate, and then we'll let you know. I would say that right now, that was not part of the consideration, the trail or the bridge. The bridge, of course, will be a little expensive, but we'll take a look at it and give you a report back.
Okay, so potentially we could have another change order once you
If you
reassess.
want the bridge, yes. The other option is that we would master plan all of these site facilities for you, right? You'd know where they could be, and then you would add that later. That is a potential,
Okay,
but it's
and-
up to you.
And while we're speaking on that, what about public art? With such a new, very contemporary, modern facility, does this price also include any opportunities for public art? And is that included in the $44 million?
Well, we've talked about some creative ways to infuse art. When we started our our Pinterest board during COVID, DeWan and I wanted to build a modern space that will not be dated very soon. I've talked to Chris Swain, who works in public arts in my department, and it's opportunities for us to commission some different pieces of art. We'll be talking with about $9 art tonight, actually, the next on the presentation. But there are cases where sometimes you have artists that want to display their art. But as far as a particular art piece being a part of the scope, that was not in there. We would have to have that discussion once the space is built about creative ways to infuse art. But the design of the building actually speaks to public art displays that can be kind of prominent in some of the taller spaces like the atrium of the rec center.
Okay.
Yep. But we haven't commissioned a certain artist. We have not commissioned a certain artist to hang art into the space.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
And that's something else that could be phased into the building, right?
Okay.
Councilwoman Hemmings.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the city manager.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, this is an impressive job that's been done here. We just had a presentation about 30 minutes ago about the budget environment. Please explain to me where the funding would come from to be able to support this change order, and how soon we would need to realize those payments.
Thank you. So slightly before you took office, there was a presentation from our financial advisor that identified roughly around our capacity to handle around $70 million. And there's a little bit of cushion in that. But he did explain that we had that capacity. And that it's really about the council making up its mind what it wanted to spend its resources on. I think the multi-generational recreation center has always been one of those priorities. So much so, I think in my very first day or first council meeting, the council had approved the design group, Cooper Carey, and that's started their work. I think there's also been interest in the old City Hall and the auditorium, with the old library probably being part of that discussion. Following that, I gave a facility strategy of how financing could happen for those projects. It involved a range of bond issuance, including leveraging hotel motel, included entering various other financial strategies like public-private partnerships, and looking at revenue-based projects. And we particularly looked at the old City Hall being a new courthouse, since we need space in our current court situation. There's certain revenues that come with operating courts. I think the public-private partnership was a potential ideal for the auditorium, since it would involve partnering with businesses and creating performing art opportunities. And so there was a number of things that we would look at there. And then the multi-generational recreation center would be our big bonding issue. So, so the capacity is around that 70. We certainly don't want to be planning 70, but obviously we do have a pool that we need to also add into that 44. So we'll probably be shy of 70, right? But right there in the ballpark. The other venues, we have had some interest expressed to us as far as conventional lending opportunities, which are probably not at liberty to go into details on, but there are some opportunities there as well.
Thank you for that. I understand the priority and the enthusiasm. I just want to make sure that the additional $500,000 that's needed to support this change order, and I understand that to be a fee that goes to Cooper Carey. I just want confidence that exists currently in our budget should that need to be realized in this fiscal year? Do we have the $500,000 to accommodate this request?
I appreciate that. I haven't had a chance to sit down with our finance director to go into that, that level of specificity. But I do know that it also is very determinant on our audit progress. So I think we're kind of balancing. We don't want to slow anything down on the design, but at the same time, we know none of this moves forward if we don't get our audits complete. So, so there's a little bit of a balancing act. So I think I was just talking to Parks and Rec Director. There's some thoughts that he has. There's some thoughts that we just have a visit with finance on where exactly we pull those together.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the presenters.
Yes.
Mr. Pinkett and Ms. Sophia, thank you so much for this presentation. I am super excited about this and moving forward. I think my colleagues have laid out the majority of my questions, but I just wanted for the public for you to share some of the timeline, how this decision impacts the next steps and our ultimate goal of meeting the groundbreaking by the time needed to really advance this property and make sure that we retain opportunity to build it.
Yeah, so Cooper Carey has been working on this pretty much exclusively. We have had our civil engineer working on it, and it's time for me to get our other engineers engaged, our structural engineer, our mechanical engineers, and that is what the holdup is. So we can go all the way through schematic design. We really have, in schematic design, we have narratives from the other engineers that let us know what mechanical system will be in the system, a little support on the structural system as well. And so that is the holdup. We're not able to engage our consultants in the development of the design.
Thank you.
So, do you have more? Okay. Next, we have, I think we had Councilman Mitchell, and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Cummings.
Okay, thank you once again. So I think she asked the majority of my questions. I was going to ask about the extra million and where we're, 11 million and where we're going to get that from. Also, I know we want to have all these other amenities. I think people were really excited about the pool and making that happen. So what I'm hearing is, I think it was just answered, this 11 million is not including adding a pool.
No, it's not including adding the pool.
So I don't know if that's, I know the community was really excited about that. I think another question we had was, is there a timeline? I know you just mentioned the different, I guess, organizations and architects you have working on different things. Would you need, is there a timeline for you to have this change order, or?
Yes, so actually tonight would be perfect to have the change order. Then we can engage our consultants and go ahead and wrap up the SD phase. If we don't, then there will be a delay in the schedule, and the delay would be relative to how long it would take to get the approval.
And I think Mr. City Manager mentioned something a bit concerning earlier. He was saying we have to make sure we have the money there first. So I'm not sure if I'm misquoting you or not. We would have to check before we would vote on something.
You're not misquoting. I just don't know exactly where it's going to come from. Like, we haven't sat down and actually figured out where the actual dollars as far as funds go. But if you recall, when we approved the budget, I wanted to make sure that we had some planning numbers in there that reflected the project. And so I feel confident that we'll find them exactly where it comes from. I haven't sat down and did that.
Okay, because I would just love to throw a bunch of money at it. Trust me, we've been waiting on a pool since I was little. But I just want to make sure we're fiscally responsible.
Absolutely, I understand your responsibility.
And also gaining, even with this $11 million, that's like a third of the initial asking price. So that's a bit scary knowing that we don't know if we're gonna have an on-site pool, off-site pool. Even though I know we want like things like bridges and all these other amenities. I don't know if we want to prioritize the pool, guys. I know people are excited about that. I know we're still trying to figure out how much all of this is going to cost. I just want us to be mindful that if we will go for really any amenity, I would say concentrate on the pool first, and then we can kind of work on the other stuff when it comes around. But I just want to make sure
You're saying the pool on this site?
I mean on site. We don't know if it's going to be on site or off site. The pool. Yeah, 'cause I know we have with the flood. I think it's the flood plans.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, as I mentioned earlier, we've already started looking. Me and Mr. Jones have gone around to look at potential properties.
Okay.
I think we have probably 2 that kind of stand out. Don't want to mention it tonight, but those are some of the spaces that we are looking at it. And I can actually echo your concern about having a pool. Being a resident of East Point, I don't want to age myself tonight, but that is in the thought process. We're just looking for another spot for it, but we have not forgotten about the pool.
Would that be a different contractor? Would it be the same company doing? Say if it's offsite, would it be the same?
So that is a procurement thing that we're working through. I would love to continue working with Sophia, but we're working with our procurement department to see if we'll be able to keep them on board because they are familiar with the project. Although the pool would be in a different site, as you can see, they've done an amazing job. That would be my hope, but that's a procurement piece.
Okay, thank you. Are you, Madam?
Thank you, and I believe it's Councilwoman Cumming?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question. So in the original $33,250,000, was the pool not allocated? Was it not budgeted in there?
The scale of the project actually increased as she was kind of moving through the change order. We created the scope of work for the things that we wanted. As far as the land size at that time, we did not have the survey completed. The scope just included the amenities that we would like to have. The initial piece that went out for solicitation included a pool being in the design and a pool not being in the design. But once we started working through the actual property, its limitations, and the city's desire to have an Olympic-sized pool, it kind of changed the scale of things. So the initial scope, we put it out for non-pool design and a pool design. Once we got the survey done and started looking at our buildable space, those are some of the things that Cooper Carey has been working through probably the last, what'd you say, 7, 8 months? Yeah, around the last 7, 8 months. So some things kind of evolved once we actually had a survey in hand to look at our buildable space. So that's kind of where we are with what I guess your question is about what's the design in there on the initial scope.
I understand that, but I'm just looking at that original number. I know things changed with the land, but the land was the land, so it was, but the $33,250,000, I think, when it was projected out, the pool was to be included in that cost for the $33 million. I mean, I know that some hiccups came with the land and we weren't able to do those things that we needed to do. And because this really isn't like spec'd out for a dollar amount for parking space, a dollar amount for the actual building, for the facility itself, a dollar amount for a pool. I just assumed that the pool price was in the $33,250,000. And since we aren't doing the pool, I understand, to me, I would take something out of the $33 million because that was the pool cost. But like I say, I don't know specifically how the $33,250,000, I don't know what all is entailed in there. I just assumed that it was to build the multi-generational center with the pool included. And since the pool is no longer there, and then I know we do have now increased construction costs, so now we're up to 44 million or 40 million. And I'm just trying to And now this is that price without a pool. But I mean, the price, and I understand increased construction price, but I just didn't, I thought we would've got like some of this taken off since the pool wasn't in there, but apparently that's not, and like I said, there's nothing specific to what the 33 million entails. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear.
So I think I might see where you're going. The scale of the actual building is larger than what the initial plan was. So when we put in the scope of work, all of the things that we wanted, it was a price given for their consulting service. Once the survey was actually completed, our buildable space through their design allowed for more space from the initial thought of what we'll be able to build as far as the square footage of the property. So my thought process was, if the pool, the scale of the pool that we initially said, or that the community said they wanted, it was too large to fit into the space.
Right.
Therefore, we wanted to try to make more program spaces to give residents more things to do. But to what Tremaine mentioned earlier, the pool is still a big part of what our plans are, and those are the spaces that we've looked at to try to keep that desire from the community in focus.
Okay, so we pretty much took out the pool, but then we increased the space of the facility
Yes,
itself,
yeah.
and that and brought the price back up.
Correct.
I'm tracking.
All right.
Thank you. I yield.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you so much for your presentation. It has taken quite some time for us to even get here, so thank you so much for that. A couple of things. I just want to say, Mr. City Manager, you provided a presentation that talked about funding, and it also talked about the timeline. Could you provide those presentations to the newly elected council members? I have mine, but they are at home, but I think that that would be beneficial to kind of bring them up to speed, because you had it all laid out. If the city does this or goes this route, this is what we can do. And you also talked about the old city hall, you talked about the auditorium, you put a great deal of work into that presentation with all of the possibilities, but I think it would be helpful if they had that information. The sensory motor room, I love it. It will make us compete with all of the surrounding South Fulton cities to have that sensory motor room. Parents will probably pay a fee just to have access to that room, because within our general area, you do have Core Bridge, but there really aren't any sensory motor spaces that are public spaces that parents can go to. I also wanted to piggyback on the parking. If we could probably start talks with the Georgia Soccer Park, I'm sure they'll be amenable. They have over 100 parking spaces, or over 200 on site. We did, the last time you all came before us, I believe I mentioned buffers, native trees, shrubs, and rain gardens for that access area, and also walking paths and boardwalks, pedestrian bridge. I'll have to go back and look at my notes on that. But what I also wanted to say, to the point, someone has already mentioned it, is it possible we can highlight visual artists or have a space for visual art, up-and-coming artists, just like they have in the Southwest Art Center. One of our own displayed some of his art. I was just walking through the Southwest Art Center and was able to see his artwork. But if there could be a space for visual art to be displayed, I think that would be fantastic. That is all I have. And thank you so much again for your presentation. It's taken us, 8 years to even get to this point? 8 years. So thank you so much. Oh, and I just want to say for the record, the last time that you all came before us, Council Member Ziegler, the reason why you all started looking at those other spaces for the pool was, number one, the cost associated with it being in this rec center, but you were looking at other spaces because we needed other spaces to put the pool. And I believe, I don't know, I do remember Council Member Ziegler mentioning maybe Milner Park, but there was a conversation centered on, during that council meeting, okay, we can't have the pool at the rec center, it probably needs to go at one of our other sites in the city of East Point. But again, I'll go back and look at those minutes, but I do remember the pool and the discussion of it being placed elsewhere.
Yep. So I can unpack the art piece. The way to design, and kind of speak to what Mr. Atkins was asking about, the way to design is there are creative ways where artists will want to display, where we wouldn't be charged anything, but we have a lot of display walls that will be available, high ceilings where we can infuse art into that space. There will be a charge that I will put with my public arts coordinator to fill those spaces, kind of like an art gallery. You need a place that drives a lot of people to see what your art costs, or for somebody to be a purchaser of it. So there are creative ways where we don't have to foot the cost to infuse art into the space. And in regards to the sites, we have started looking at several of those sites. As I mentioned, me and Mr. Jones have gone out to look at potential spaces, spaces I remember when I was a kid here in East Point, but that process probably started like 2-3 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, could I just add a clarification?
Sure.
I was able to visit real quickly with the finance director, and so she reminded me that we did place room in the budget because initially we thought we were going to be done with our audit a lot sooner than we are now, and so we thought we might be potentially have to be ready for bonding this year, this fiscal year. It's likely that's going to be in next fiscal year, but that funding is there, so we don't have to really search for the funding for the change order. It's there. It was just part of the project costs that we thought we were going to have to move forward with, or we're trying to be prepared to move forward with sooner, because we thought our audits was going to be done at the end of the year, end of last calendar year. So that being the case, the funds are there for the change order, and then we'll just, in the new budget process, we'll manage now, knowing that we feel very confident that we'll be ready for bonding in the next fiscal year, and we'll just budget accordingly.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hemming.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the change order request in the amount of $517,094 to support the new scope as presented by Cooper Carey this evening.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Discussion. Any discussion? Any discussion? No discussion. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. All right, so council feels. And I think that ends it, but I just want to say that it is a, thank you for presenting this very well thought out and inclusive plan, because I saw the sensory room as a MEAC volleyball record holder in the MEAC. I am excited that you have a volleyball system coming, and I love the fact that you thought about it in a way that will bring in more revenue based on tournaments, and so it serves the needs of the community, but it's also expansive enough to generate revenue outside, and so that was genius, and I applaud you guys for your efforts, so thank you so much. So we have the vote, and then next we have the Microsoft East Point Results and Community Engagement Plan presented by 9DOT.
Just give us 1 second. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. I know Art was a part of the discussion, so I think this is a great segue to talk about the Microsoft Art Park. I always like to start with a little brief history. Very excited to be on the side of a good point of reference from a historical standpoint in East Point. Ward D, ever since I was a young kid, never had a park, and I know we're talking about building this beautiful multiplex rec center, but along with Microsoft, we have another park feature along with what we have in the multiplex, a playground space. So Aaron is who I introduced you all to at the beginning of January about the art component for the Microsoft Park. We had a community meeting. I want to thank Councilwoman Caldwell and Dr. Martin Rogers. They did a great job as being a part of my street team, trying to get the word out. We had a very robust meeting. We had Georgia Power, Microsoft representatives, members of the community from Ward D. I'm going to bring Aaron up from Nine Dot Arts to talk about all of the places that we marketed to get community input regarding these two amazing art spaces. And tonight we will be making the big reveal on who actually came out on top.
Yes, we have surveyed to keep on track with the park's construction timeline, so we wanted to get input from community members, both digitally and in person with that community meeting, and with printed surveys that we made available both, like we said, digitally through social media, blast, and the physical forums at the community meeting, and we made that available at senior centers, libraries, and other access points. So we got a good number of responses. We met our target, and we're excited to be able to present the results. And that can show that. Oh, this is, sorry, it's a little, no, it's okay. It's just the image is a little changed on here, but just here's our timeline here. We are at this delivery of the survey results right on time. Today is the 2nd. We'll look at purchasing these artworks. So these are commissions, new, never before seen artworks from these two artists, all to be installed in the next couple of months, and we'll continue to engage the community. We want to invite community members of all ages to work alongside the muralist to hand paint the mural wall together. So as we move forward with the artists, we will make sure we invite the community members and set the dates and times for a weekend of painting. So this is just explaining that we'll engage with the paint days, and then the artwork reveal of the sculpture. We won't invite community members to create the sculpture, but that grand reveal of this 14-foot sculpture will be major, and this sculpture will have so many details that you want to keep coming to the park over and over again to discover these tiny details of this beautiful sculpture that we'll look at today. So from the 17th through the 27th of January, we collected 112 community survey responses across the digital and physical paper surveys. And these results were reviewed across all respondents with a focus on Ward D, with the location of the park in Ward D. And the preferences of Ward D actually aligned with the overall preferences, which was nice to see. And the key findings was that the white-tailed deer by Jonathan Emefador emerged as the preferred sculpture concept, and Reap What You Sow by Ashley Bella emerged as the preferred mural concept. Across the board, all of the concepts that we were looking for input on were from local, hyper-local artists. So we're proud to present these two artists, and we can look at these response breakdowns. We wanted to capture which wards, or if they were outside of East Point. As you can see, Ward D on that 4th dark blue line, Ward D respondents were more than half of our survey respondents, so that was great. And we found that the white-tailed deer on the right side here, on the top, the white-tailed deer, just by a small margin, was preferred over the barred owl concept. We also wanted to see if there was if there was no preference, but we also captured that as well. On the bottom right, the Ashley Bella was preferred over another local artist, talented local artist, Vanna Black. And just to compare Ward D, these are the same concepts, but Ward D, that you could see that it wasn't much change from the overall respondents. From Ward D, the same preferences are shown. And I just want to highlight that some of the qualitative feedback that we got was that we chose the deer, or I chose the deer, these are anonymous, by the way. I chose the deer because we really displaced a lot of deer for the data center and the park. I chose the deer due to displacement that has occurred. I chose the deer because it reminds me of a time in the area where I saw a lot of them, and I like the color and the messaging of the mural. So it's great to see that we got qualitative along with the quantitative data here. And what I just like to highlight, the deer, this is a black and white drawing of this deer. Jonathan works with reclaimed materials, so he's taking car parts, spoons, chains, and like giving these older items new life. So it's really telling a story of like revitalization and bringing new life into discarded or unused items and telling a new story. And again, like you can rediscover and find new details in this beautiful work, which again will be about 14 feet tall, so it'll be a really monumental sculpture in this park that you'll be able to see from Ben Hill Road. So we'll encourage both pedestrian discovery of the sculpture as well as cars. You'll be able to enjoy it from the street with adequate lighting in both day and night time. So we're just really excited about the integration of both the sculpture and the mural location. And again, we'll invite the community to come out and paint with Ashley Bella, and we'll release those dates on social media and make sure everyone is aware. Yes, the hands-on opportunity to paint along. It will make it as clean as possible. Like we'll kind of make it a paint by number project so that Ashley will lead and we will paint along with her. Yes, and I'm happy to answer any questions about how we got here.
All right, Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. Those are very exciting installations that are soon to be. My question about the hands-on day, have you guys also reached out and worked with the art department at Tri-Cities to make sure that those students will be actively engaged in this particular opportunity?
Yes, it's funny that you mentioned it. I wanted to let Arian finish the presentation, but the young lady who spoke, I think it was in the public comments tonight, when we actually spoke and presented what our community engagement plan was. I'm working out the details with her, possibly riding students over from and using our Sprinter vans at the rec on the paint days to transport those kids, or finding money in my budget to assist with transportation from the school so the kids can be a part of the paint day.
Great.
But we have had that discussion.
Great. Yes, Ms. Moret, I think, is the director of the art department at Tri-Cities. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Are there any more questions for the?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, and I'm so excited about this space for Ward D residents. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So we're moving on to the next item, which is the FIFA Games presentation.
Mayor Council, while they set up, I know that this request came from Councilwoman Cumming, so I'll let her introduce the staff. I think she's very familiar with them.
Good evening, again, Mayor and Council. Basically, what I wanted to do, I know the FIFA games are fast approaching. We are less than 4 months away, and I just wanted to know exactly what it was at the city, because we sit just on the backside of the host city, just to see what the city of East Point has planned for us with regards to this event that's coming. So I guess now we have a presentation from our Economic Development Department. So Mr. Macy, I apologize. Take it away. Thank you.
Well, good evening, and thank you, Councilwoman Cummings. It is a pleasure to see everyone this evening. I think this is my first time being up here before the new council members, so welcome. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. I am Maceo Rogers, Director for the Department of Economic Development, and my colleague Aaron Rogers, Economic Development Specialist, also Department of Economic Development. I first appeared before council last year, October 13th, where we presented a series of ideas before the council to consider. From that meeting, the council requested that we go back and create a plan where we would also talk amongst ourselves, but also with the community at large. The CVB is a major partner in this initiative. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here this evening based on timing, and we hope that we will get them here soon before you so that they can present the other half of the city plan for the upcoming World Cup games. With that, I will begin. And so just as a quick recap, the World Soccer Games timeline will begin here in the city of Atlanta, not commencing on June 11th, but it runs from June 11th through July 19th of 2026 this year. The first game will actually take place on June 15th. It will consist of the countries, Canada, Mexico, and of course the United States. Atlanta will host 8 matches, including 1 semifinal match. Again, those dates will be June 15th, 18th, 21st, 24th, 27th, and July 1st and 7th, as well as the 15th. And so we're looking forward to that. Once we did the meeting back in October, that led to a series of meetings with not only outside of the walls of East Point, but also with weekly meetings convening with respect to the various departments, including the citywide staff of those departments, and that kicked off October 23rd of last year, and recently kind of had our last meeting, so to speak, last week on the 29th. The meetings consisted of City Manager's Office, East Point Conventions and Visitors Bureau, Fire Department, Police, Planning and Community Development, Water and Sewer, Parks and Rec, Public Works, IT Department, East Point Power, Sanitation, Communications, and of course the Department of Economic Development. Those meetings would commence on Thursdays at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and we would talk about, again, plans moving forward. Those meetings also involved 2 community outreach meetings. And this is where we went to the public to solicit their ideas in terms of what they would like the city to do in hosting some of the various activities that would invite and attract out-of-town visitors, those visitors in town for the games, as well as tourists, and of course, very important and most important, the citizens of East Point. The community outreach meetings, of course, took place on November the 6th, as well as the 13th, and those were held at the Atlanta Utility Works over on R. Martin Street. We also had another meeting on December 9th. We were actually planning on, the plan was to come before you in December of 2025 to provide an update, but we had a challenge getting on the calendar because there was a lot going on. But the city manager, myself, met with the chair and executive staff of the Conventions and Visitors Bureau on December the 9th, and sorry that that information seems to have dropped off the radar from my screen. But so here we are today, and we want to again share some of the specifics in terms of the actual plan, the things that we've been talking about, the information that we garnered from the citizens who participated in our community outreach committee meetings, and then of course those dedicated city staff who have been meeting diligently with us as a team, as a group, since October 23rd of last year. And so what you have here, and this is something, we got this on Friday, and we had to really kind of pull some things together. But what you have here is basically a map or a diagram that would reveal what we're calling the World Soccer Games International Village. This was a concept that we met with and talked with the CVB about and thought it was a great concept. And so we thought we would take heed to that particular name title and kind of move forward. So what you see is before you the downtown schematic of what's known as the Common Site, 8-acre site right across the street from where we are right now. And just to kind of lay it out, you have Main Street, East Point Street, West Street, and West Cleveland Avenue. Main Street to the east, East Point Street to the west, north, and of course West Cleveland on the bottom. And that creates kind of like the area of focus that we're focusing on. And what you would have as plans is that we would wrap international flags around that whole outlined area. We'd have international flags running along Main Street from downtown probably up to 166. And we'd also have international flags running again along East Point Street as well, and along West Street, as well as West Cleveland Avenue. Within the actual focus area, if you look to the left side of the screen there, East Point Street, we would have food truck vendors and booths that would line that particular artery or corridor. And then, of course, within the actual area, we have what we've identified as international tents, big tents that would house those teams that are playing within the city of Atlanta during those 8 days that they would be in competition. They would have like informational booths that would be represented, that would represent their communities with respect to citizens coming in to visit, collect information, and just find out more about them. We would have a VIP tent that would be adjacent to that, much like we had a VIP tent set up for the Wednesday Wind Down. We would have a stage that would have a Jumbotron or a big screen that would allow us to host watch parties. And then, of course, we would have the layout for alcohol vendor, for beverages. We would have the seating area for the citizens and visitors to come and be a part and hang out in that area. We would also have the fan zone where we would have inflatables, games that kids could play as well as their family members could convene and be a part of that. And of course, we'd have the parking areas that you see outlined in the lower left-hand corner for parking. Of course, the streets would be cordoned off so that you'd have one entry point actually getting into it from City Hall's driveway. And then with respect to that, we would have the sponsor booths. We would have the porta potties that you see there right behind the fan zone that's indicated as well. And then, of course, we'd have access to the citizens who would be taking Uber and perhaps Lyft, designated area right there along Main Street. In addition to those things, what we are doing is that we are working with the businesses who want to also participate in a watch party effort. Those businesses would be in the downtown area, of course. And we've had our initial meeting with Soccer in the Streets, so we'd have game activities going on there as well, in terms of not just downtown, but on the other side of the tracks, because there's a proposal to have another 1 to 2 soccer fields based on the efforts of that entity. We would do street paint at the intersection of Main Street and Ware Street and East Point Street, and West Cleveland, and of course, Main Street and West Cleveland, so that you have, again, some attraction that's going to draw people in, create some enthusiasm and excitement, much like we did when we did the Better Block Foundation, thank you, block party that we had back in 2022, I believe it was. And then, of course, we'd have another street mural right there in front of MATA. And we are also, we've had one meeting with MATA in terms of their plans, which I won't get into tonight, but we can certainly provide that information to you as well. We have also started our wayfinding initiative. The solicitation has already gone out for that, and we expect to have that all done by this time. The downtown streetscape, we're looking at basically all of the construction that is going on along East Point Street right now. We're working with Transportation Department, Public Works, on a regular basis to find out and keep track of how that scheduling is going. And so the hope is that that will be wrapped up and completed by the time of the games as well. We have plans to add additional planters and trash receptors along East Point Street. And that's due to the fact that construction is taking place right there now. So we weren't going to try and do that before that was complete, but that is well on the way, so we're very excited about that. And of course, that will happen not just on the East Point Street, but it will also happen on West Cleveland, Thompson, Dorsey, and Whiteway. These are those areas that we will be adding those planters to for beautification purposes, as well as the upkeep of and maintenance of trash and that sort of thing. We will be adding downtown ambassadors. We're working closely with the CVB on that initiative. It is something that we have structured in our specific budget, so that is something else that we will be doing. And then, of course, many of you know that we have our facade grant program that is well underway. All of those businesses that were recipients have either started, and some have basically completed their work. Others are moving forward. We're in regular contact with them with respect to those projects being completed prior to the game, because I think everything right now at this point is due to be complete around May, not later than June itself. And so the other things that we're looking at, of course, is to do some place-making type activity as it involves those days that things are not necessarily going on. In other words, we have 8 days, 8 games, and so what we will be doing in between. And this is one of the areas that we'll take some decision making from council, which we will get into a little bit later. But in addition to that, and I know I don't have too much time, but in addition to that, we're also looking at a commemorative like soccer ball, having that designed by maybe a local artist that could participate. And we're looking and working with the planning department in terms of looking into the open container effort as well. And so these are some of the things that right now are part of our plan. These are the things that we are working on. These are the things that we have in place at this time. The next step of this, however, of course, involves some of the hard stuff, the numbers. And so I'm going to have and ask that Aaron comes up and talk about that. And of course, we'll take any questions afterwards.
Okay, based on the theme of tonight, the budget's the big one. So what we did in working with all the different departments, a lot of us are well-versed in the various events that East Point's been known to host a lot of really cool events. So we reached out to the departments and asked them to provide us feedback and numbers based on what we're talking about of what it would cost to pull something like that off. So in your documents, you'll see each department is kind of split up. I can go over the economic development one in a little bit more in depth than some of the others. I'm okay on time. If there's specific questions about the other departments, though, we will, want to defer to them because those are numbers they provided to us. So I can't get too deep into that. But essentially, in this proposal, we're looking at a jumbo LED movie screen. I don't know if I can continue.
Madam.
We need extended time.
Madam City Attorney, can we add time to the presentation to?
You may just need to vote to do so.
Okay. Council, may I have a motion to add 15 minutes to the presentation? It's been moved and second. Any discussion?
Discussion. Can we, I would like to make a friendly amendment, Councilwoman Cummings, 10 additional minutes for the presentation to allow for Q&A.
10 additional minutes is fine.
So are we going to want to round it up to 30 or just 25 minutes?
No, I mean, they can take 10 minutes to conclude their presentation.
And
then we can allow for discussion to flow as needed, but only 10 more minutes it is.
Good. 1 second.
Yeah, that's fine. I think, question, would you guys need any additional? Or this is pretty much the last part here? Okay, 10 minutes I think will be fine.
Okay, may I have a motion to move on to have for 10 minutes?
Well, I just made a
Second.
friendly.
Okay, and a second?
My second stands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
We got to vote?
Okay. All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Proceed, please, Ms. Aaron.
Sorry. For economic development, of course, to watch the games, we're proposing a jumbo LED movie screen. We went with LED versus the inflatable version because some of these games occur during the day, and an inflatable version, you cannot actually view it during the day. So that is a little bit more costly, as you can see there, but of course, that's a key component of pulling off this experience. The second one, fan experience, again, bouncy houses, soccer goals, things for games and activities similar to what you would see in downtown Atlanta right before big games or whatnot, to get the families out, get them excited about the game, also get some of the energy out of the kids so they can have a good time. And those would be estimated at approximately that with staff that would be running it. Large stage, to reference, it would be the same size as our 4th of July and our Wednesday wind down stage. That is the same stage that is proposed for this and that scale, and actually the same location that we have here on the map. A smaller stage with very basic sound equipment kind of offset if we want to look at something like that where we could rotate in some more maybe local performers that wanted to do some interim stuff in between bands performing just to kind of create some ambiance there on the site. Of course, a budget for larger scale musicians. Again, we are running in on timelines for that stuff. So the sooner we can get some direction on that, the sooner we can figure out who we could book, but we did put a placeholder in there for booking that entertainment. Same for the smaller scale. DJ, I won't go into all of this unless you guys have questions. The VIP experience tent will be the same size as what we use again for the 4th of July and the Wednesday wind down, but then there would be 2 additional tents there on site in the purple in the diagrams that are that International Village. So same scale, same size, but that's where that international cultural tents would be set up in those areas. The business community vending village, that would be 14 10 by 10 set up on the map. You'll see them as the 14 purple boxes there. Very uniform, all white tents, nice and set up, so people can sit up under them. Depending on what council wants to move budget-wise and what they want to see big picture, this could potentially stay up during those 2 months, and we could rotate smaller scale events under those in between the bigger ones, or if we only do one off, it would be an opportunity to, again, create some momentum throughout that 2 months and allow our businesses to come and set up and show their goods and hopefully make a little bit of money off the tourists coming through. We already mentioned the International Village, of course, wayfinding, fan experience, signage, getting them to the event site, beautification around the immediate site, again, colorful paint on the street that we mentioned, at the event site entries, also around the MARTA train station, so it's kind of our welcome mat when we get off in there, and our tourists, we want that to be very welcoming. Site lighting, again, these are all pretty explanatory, but we'll go to the next one. At the top, this is more of a flat rate look of things we could do during that entire 2 months. So it's not tied to one specific day that we do it. But for instance, that placemaking, right now we currently budget for Eats and Beats music in the Oz Pizza Courtyard every Thursday in the nice weather months. This budget would allow us to activate that every day during that 2-month period. So when people come off the MARTA train station, they visit our downtown, there's something going on, there's activity, there's music, it's welcoming. The same with the professional litter pickup. This would occur throughout the city, more of a professional group coming in as a proposal where they're making sure all our gateways look nice, because I know our guys are, trying to constantly follow with that, but just, again, making it feel really good and welcoming when people come into the city during that 40-day period. Additional planters and beautification throughout the city. Again, budgeting for approximately 100 planters. Portions of that would be fulfilling, again, the area that's under streetscape right now that doesn't have those amenities because we were waiting for that to finish. But then others can be placed throughout key areas in the city. Street pole banners, not the actual cost of the banners themselves. The CDB is looking into something that, and they can go into more detail on what those look like. But the actual installation in certain key areas, the same with artwork, whether it's temporary or permanent, similar to a Better Block. We did put in a budget for that. And then, of course, the commemorative East Point soccer ball design. Atlanta is doing this as well, as so we thought it would be cool to create something similar to like the Olympics with the pins that people collect. A reason to come to East Point is to get the collective, the collector East Point soccer ball, and also engage maybe the kids, some ideas were do a kid version, logo or winning competition, and an adult version. Just something, again, to generate some buzz, some spin, and get people wanting to come here and get that collector item. So we did include a budget for that. Again, these other departments we will jump on through, but we can't go into much detail. Of course, Public Works, Power Department. Power departments, this is another example of one of those flat fees for the 2 months because they want to make sure they keep power on for everybody while they're visiting us in their hotels or wherever they are. So they plan on having someone on call and at the ready the entire time to cover that. So that's where you see with those big flat fees. Parks and Rec, Communications Department, again, they're considering that a 2-month period for their budget. And then, of course, IT, fire, police is one item there that we will defer to the chief to provide, his numbers on that one. Planning and community development. Maceo mentioned earlier, we've been looking at some different guidelines in different jurisdictions about that open container district. Some thoughts we've thrown out is the downtown area, of course, but then we also have the Virginia Avenue Hospitality District with all the hotels over there. So just looking at key ways we can maybe look at what other jurisdictions have done and create something maybe that we can activate when things like the Super Bowl that we were just announced for could be put into play. Special key things that aren't across the board all year, but it's in the ordinance where we can activate it for things like this. So we are looking at that behind the scenes. So the schedule, again, this is very linear, and I think you guys received the actual full diagram, but essentially this was plotting out strategically what we currently have going on in the city, like Juneteenth, like the Drag Down South, like the 4th of July, and how that aligns with the games that are actually in town. Also, how it aligns with when Atlanta United matches occur, not in Atlanta, but somewhere. So there's people here, that would want to watch that, and how does that align with what we have going on right now? So we have this kind of whole strategic calendar laid out to try to figure out how we can take it best advantage of those. So really, I think we have lots of ideas. Our staff came up with lots of ideas. The community came up with lots of ideas. We just need direction, from you guys, what you want us to do. We have kind of a buffet of options. So if you can, is it a one-off kickoff like June 15th, the very first day they're in Atlanta? Do we do one big one-off and then we do some of the smaller placemaking things downtown throughout, or maybe that little business village downtown? Or do we want to go after 8 full events every time they're in town? We need some scope. Also, some thoughts have been thrown out about potentially charging for the event and charging admission for the event. Is that something that, it's like big picture questions. We have a lot of ideas and a lot of things we can work with. We just need some, direction from you guys, which way you want us to really kind of fine tune it and move from there. Right.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you for your presentation. I will move forward discussion, and we have, Councilwoman Ziegler, followed by Cummings. Hold on. Councilwoman Caldwell, and then, Councilwoman Caldwell. You good?
Me, sir.
Yeah, that's who I have on the.
Yeah. It looks like we got kicked out. I think Martin Rogers was in and her light went out. My light went out. I think Cummings' light went out, so I don't know what the order.
Does someone else want to go?
Okay, so the order is going to be Councilwoman Caldwell, Councilman Freely, and then Councilman Atkins. So Caldwell, Freely, and then Atkins.
I'll keep my questions to a minimum, I hope. Thank you for the presentation. This definitely looks good. Question around attendance. Do we have an idea of how many people would be in attendance? Are we marketing? Is there anything in the budget for marketing from the city? I know the CVB will probably do something as well, but is there any money in the budget for marketing?
So, as I mentioned, the CVB is our partner with this effort. The city itself is responsible primarily for creating the product, the activities that we would host that we've talked about. And of course, the CVB would be responsible for marketing, promoting, and advertising. And based on that, their advertising, which they're already doing, they just need to know from us what our product is. And then they can push that and push it out to the public. Right now, we've not been able to solidify or confirm exactly what the plan is, other than what we've identified, because it has a budget, the numbers attached. And of course, as Erin mentioned earlier, we request from all departments that had anything to do, for example, with a Wednesday wind down in the past, to start right there. Give us their cost, output, or expense for their role in conducting and making a successful Wednesday wind down occur for one night. And so from that, we would take that amount and we would just add that to the other departments for the one day, and that's how we came up with that. If you were going to then multiply that by the 8 days that we've identified with respect to the games taking place in Atlanta, then you would have that amount. And then, of course, if you were going to spread out across that time frame from June 11th to the 19th of July, you would have 24 days that you're looking at. And this is because we would have infrastructure put in place, like the tents, porta potties, guardrails, those kind of things, traffic cones, the works that would all be a part of that. all of the inflatables that we mentioned, the big screens. And so if we're looking at hosting and having activities going on for the whole duration, that is what we need guidance with.
Got it. One other question, and I'll let my colleagues ask. This may or may not be you, but do we anticipate the Main Street construction will be done in time for?
Yes, ma'am, we are hoping, and that would be an appropriate question for Public Works. We are in close contact with them on a weekly basis, because one of the things that we do, of course, we send out a weekly newsletter. We have once a month downtown business meetings. That's the first Wednesday of each month at the Cupcakery. Businesses from all over can come and get, input, information about what's going on, what's taking place and what's coming up. And we try to disseminate that information at all of those meetings, as well as the weekly publication, just to make sure that everybody's informed. But they could certainly be, that's the anticipation, that it would all be done by that time.
So maybe that's an ask to the city manager to get an update on that, because this is quite a large amount to also have construction still going on during that time.
Thank you, will do. I'll check on that. I know the last time we asked that question, they did anticipate it being complete, but I will follow up on that and make sure that's still staying on the time frame that we anticipate.
All right, thank you. And have Freely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few questions. Well, one comment. I know you said you're looking for input from council. I am not an event planner. I don't pretend to know about marketing international sports. I don't think it's an appropriate role for anyone on this dais to give input. I know that's maybe historically how things have been done, but I would hope that we would have professional staff and the city manager talking through a budget and so on. That's my comment. Can you go back to your budget slide? I think it was sort of the first one. I'm a little confused. Okay, so at the very top it says estimates are for one location, one event day, 8 game days in Atlanta. So are we multiplying 1.14 million by 8?
No, yeah, so some of the departments we mentioned were that block, the 2-month block, like power. It's going to be a 2-month coverage zone because of their expenses. So you can't exactly multiply it. The bottom of the spreadsheet, a one-off, which includes those 2-month bands of some of those departments covering it, whether we do, again, 8 or 1, is that $1.546 million budget. And again, that's with the bells and whistles we're showing here. Of course, that changes if those bells and whistles are not included. The 8 event sites, if we did one every time they played here in Atlanta, that's the right-hand column with the green bars there. And you'll see that not all the numbers multiply out to exactly 8, because again, the tents become less expensive because they're up for 2 months instead of, pulled up and pulled down, and one-off. So there's some savings, cost savings in the scale of doing it for that entire 2 months. So that total, if we were to do 8 of those events, was that $3,028,000. If you did all 8 with, again, all the bells and whistles, that would be that cost. So essentially, we just need, what the parameter is, what's the budget, and where we can move within those realms to kind of tailor this to what we need.
All right, so point out the total whole schlemiel budget, bottom line.
To the bottom of the spread, get all the way through. Right there. So total overall, the 1.564 is for that one-off, but also again includes some of those departments that are covering that 2-month period. And then if we decided to do all 8 that they were in there, just to give again a scale, that top-end scale would be that $3,028,000.
Okay, so at minimum, we're looking at 1.5 million for one event. But then some of this in place for several weeks?
It's kind of à la carte. Again, yeah, the 1.5 is if you do all the bells and whistles in there. Again, if we take out some of the components of that, then we could get it further down. But this was kind of a look at what if we did all the bells and whistles for one-off, plus the 2 months of coverage period for, again, some of those departments, or if we went all out and did every one of those events.
And I realize they didn't come this evening, but I assume based on what you said, Mr. Rogers, that CVB would be putting in additional money for intensive marketing and advertising, so we'd be looking at actually a greater spend?
Yes, and those are the numbers that we don't have, but they are aware, and that's what they would be providing or supplying information on. Again, that would cover everything involving their marketing, promoting, and advertising. They're doing TV spots right now. There's some planned radio spots as well, and digital. And they have, I think, some standing digital displays that they will be putting into all of the hotels, so that no matter where you are, you'll be able to find, particularly if you're an out-of-town visitor, be able to get that information and know what's going on in the city of East Point in real time.
Thank you. And where are the opportunities for the city to recoup any of these expenses with vendor fees or something? Do we have any idea what we might?
Yeah, so looking at some of our past events, like the Wednesday Wine Down, the food truck row that we usually do there, in comparison to the overall budget, we're probably talking $16,000, $18,000 worth of vendor fees is what we usually pull in. And again, those are with some really nice acts on stage. There's different ways, we can look at some sponsorship fees, but there's really at this level of what we're proposing, there's nothing that's going to cover those fees. We would have to really scale way down, like maybe focus on doing some of those placemaking things downtown where you experience music when you get off. The paint, of course, on the roadways and stuff, that's something, it just depends on the direction we want to go. But yeah, on these higher end ones, and we mentioned earlier, if we look into charging a fee for attendees, that's not something we've done in the past, but if that's something, that we want to look at, we just don't have any precedent of what that looks like for attendance levels, because we've always done, free events. So I don't know. That would be a new area we would be moving into if we were to go that direction.
Okay. In addition to the concerns about the street construction in the immediate area, I know one of that initial map you had has some parking areas. One of those is currently occupied by tons of tractors and pieces of pipe, and it appears to be some sort of GDOT that wraps all the way. It's a lovely welcome to downtown. So are we clear if that's going to actually be available space?
That's part of the streetscape work.
Yes, and that's where our Public Works Department could best answer, because they're directly involved with that, and we're kind of operating on the periphery. So we have to refer to them for that kind of information because they are the lead.
Okay. And then just two more questions. One, a minor point. I suspect it's a holdover from something. On this slide, under notes, it says masks must be worn.
Yes.
Are we anticipating another
disregard
pandemic?
that. That was a quick save as when we were trying to put the map together. So yes,
Okay.
that's
All right.
disregard.
And I will be honest in saying that when I loaded this up earlier today, some of the formatting got displaced, and so I was kind of concerned about that. But anyhow.
Okay. And then final question. FIFA is very well known for being extremely protective of its trademarks and its intellectual property. And so that is a discussion that is going on all over. Have we looked into that? How do we plan to make sure, this looks like a lot of different people are going to be setting up stuff and doing stuff. But are we going to do some kind of educational campaign? Is there some kind of way that we ensure that nothing that is city-sponsored is violating the intellectual property rights of FIFA and the trademarks and all of that.
And you're so right, and so that's where that's a critical component of the CDB, because they have a little bit more leniency than we do, because that's their direct business, tourism, culture, that sort of thing, and visitors. So they have some leniency in terms of the wording, but that's why you see the bland wording, World Soccer Games, and nothing more than that, because we know that there are some very strict rules around trademarking and that sort of thing, and we don't want to be in violation.
And we'll put that in for the participants. So people that are coming out to vend and all of that, will have that as part of the vendor application, where they'll have to sign agreeing that they're not going to be printing T-shirts with FIFA on it unless they've actually gotten permission to do it, and so on.
Right. And I know there was something about a soccer ball design pin or something that also would be an area of potential conflict, I think.
Yes, and so we're taking direct guidance from the CDB on that, and that's why we're working closely with them as well, because they're doing a similar thing. And we want to do a kind of a friendly competition with our local artists to come up with something, but it will not be anything that would be in violation of FIFA laws and regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Rogers and Ms. Rogers, thank you so much for your presentation. Some of my colleagues have asked some of the questions, but I do want to go back to the question that Councilmember Freely alluded to. You're asking us, giving us a smorgasbord and wanting us to give you some direction in terms of what we'd like to see for our city during this time period. For me, it's a little difficult to even respond to that, because you've shown us your expense budget, but I don't see a revenue budget. So I would imagine that while you're doing this, you have some idea of opportunities for revenue to offset some of this cost. And so I don't see that. And you mentioned, Ms. Rogers, that some of this would be new territory. Because when I think of a World Cup and a FIFA, I also know that people who attend that type of sporting event, they drink a lot of beer. I think there's tremendous opportunity for stage sponsorship. So depending upon who is playing, you may find that there is a Modelo that says we'll be the stage sponsor for this night because this team is playing, or Dos Equis, or something of that nature. So I think that if we're not reaching out to those alcoholic beverage companies or other international companies to be stage sponsors or sponsors for some of the other things, then we will be footing the cost for the $3 million. And so I think that we should not have to do that, and that we should be presented with ideas of, we think revenue could be this if we do this. So those projections would be helpful for me to say, yes, let's move in this direction, because it helps offset the cost. I don't know, hearing the city manager's budget presentation earlier, if I would have an appetite for this, if I don't know if we are having some dollars to offset.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that, Councilman Atkins. We met with the city manager on January 23rd. That was the week of the ice storm. And we talked about just that, what will we do to generate revenues? We hadn't done that before, because the other departments and ourselves, as well as the CDB, was working, frantically, weekly, in terms of just coming up with a plan and what we felt was doable and reality based on the timing of this. So that's where we are now. We had the snowstorm one week, and then we had the ice storm one week, and we had the snowstorm that didn't quite happen this past week. But we are working on that now to see what we come up with.
I think I missed the ice storm too. I don't know if that really happened. And speaking of that, what portions of the expenses that you've presented tonight are you anticipating would come from general fund, and what portion would come from CVB? Because all of this is about visitors coming to our city. And so have you sort of delineated what you would expect to come from CVB, hotel motel dollars, and what would come from general fund?
So as it involves marketing, advertising, promotion, all of that will come from CVB. Now, how much of that, in terms of the dollar amount, they can best tell you based on the things that are going on right now in terms of the advertising itself. But with respect to leasing tents, leasing, whether it's the big tents or the small tents, leasing porta potties, leasing guardrails and those type of things, that would be coming from the city's budget. Now, with respect to, some of the things that we have in our budget, for example, we would work closely with East Point Main Street with respect to the 4th of July program itself. We had money, I guess, budgeted, well, perhaps not, but if we were going to do, say, for example, the Wednesday wind down, that piece of funding could go into this pool as well, because the expectation is that we probably won't do that this year, but rather fold it into, these games. So that would be part of the funding, but again, it would be less than what we are projecting right now in terms of the information that we've received from the departments collectively in terms of coming up with the fee.
Yeah, so essentially, nothing in this budget is CVB. This is all costs that would not qualify for what they're spending. They're spending additional funds. We just tackled the part that would be coming from there. And we have toyed around since the meeting that we had where we were kind of, look at return on investment. Again, that's new. That's a new look for us. We have tossed around some numbers. We'll be going a little bit deeper into that to see what that looks like. But I can say, just based on my experience with events and these budgets and pulling this off, we won't, at this type of scale, we will not pay for this event with that. And we will offset some costs, but like I said, even the vendor fees for Wednesday Wind Down, which was well attended, had great artists and whatnot, we're talking in the $16,000 range. The sponsorships, we could look at different ways. We did talk to the CVB briefly about some of that. They guesstimated, best guess with some, nice artists, 20, 25,000 for some of those stage sponsors. So there is some money, but you don't have the scale. Again, charging people that attend that's something we can look at too. It's just not something we have a precedent to tell you. We'll definitely have 1,000 people that'll pay, $75 a piece to attend this. That's something that we're just, we've never done before, but we can try our best guess budget for that. But it won't come up to covering that $1 million, that proposal version. We would have to terrace that down quite a bit and try to balance it out with what we could get.
And there's some very obvious things that we could do, such as, parking fees. We would be looking at, city properties such as Customer Care, perhaps. I don't know if we would have
we wouldn't have enough parking to cover that. So
exactly.
I don't know if that would warrant us to have a conversation about the parking this evening, but I think that the real opportunity and value is in sponsorship, and that's not a huge part of your conversation this evening. So, Ms. Rogers, you also mentioned that you've done a lot of these events, and so having done that and knowing what we are charging for our tent fees and food truck fees and all of those things, I would also then imagine that you've done sort of a market study in terms of what the other municipalities are charging, and are we competitive with that?
Yes, so our fees for Wednesday Wind Down, in fact, we actually get complaints from those, from our vendors, but they keep paying it, so obviously they're making money. Yeah, it's kind of it's a chicken and egg. There's going to be a lot going on in Atlanta with all of these games that we're competing against a lot of just different jurisdictions that can boast a lot bigger numbers potentially than we are. So it's kind of that balancing game of figuring out that good sweet spot where they're going to make money, but we're also going to benefit on this end to kind of offset some of the charges that we come. So
right. Thank you for that. And I don't want to hog up all the time. I just have a couple of other questions. Emergency medical services, I saw under the fire that there's dollars for overtime and 2 ambulances. But also when I look at this slide, I'm glad that it's up, it reminds me of the Centennial Olympic ring. So we made the best use of any of the assets. Are we also going to partner with Grady at some level for emergency medical services, because the clinic is right there downtown? So is that a part of the plan as well?
That's a very good question, and I would think that that would probably be...
I think Lieutenant Morris.
Yes, okay, great. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Redmond. So to answer that question, yes, we are partnering with Grady for that. So what we have set up is we will have overtime personnel, total of 8 personnel for our. So we looked at the Wednesday wind down, and we looked at it was around $8,000 for a Wednesday wind down operation, which includes Grady, 2 ambulances at Grady for Grady, and then overtime personnel. So the only difference between a Wednesday wind down and this particular operation is that we're going to have our units spread out throughout the city. We will have the heart of our staffing within this area, but we will have them strategically placed near Camp Creek Parkway and throughout the city to respond to emergencies as needed. But we do have those contracts in place with Grady.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant Moore.
Thank you.
And the only question was MARTA South Lot. I mean, it's a huge space that is always gated, and it's a great opportunity. It's directly across the street from the MARTA, and so I don't know if that was even considered as a part of the planning, because if there are ways that we need to offset costs, that place is pretty self-contained. That could be sort of an elevated experience, and maybe that's where a fee could be charged. I don't know, but I'm not really sure if that's been thought out or thought through to help offset the costs.
So we've had communications with MATA with respect to the station itself. I do believe, Councilman, I have to check my notes, I believe they have plans for that lot, but don't hold me to it. I just need to review that, because we have had communications with them for their plans specifically with respect to the station itself.
All right. Thank you. I yield.
Right, so Councilwoman Cummings, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I think it's a ton of good ideas. It would have been great to get these ideas about 6-7 months ago, just because, I mean, we're at the 30th hour at this time. And with that being said, I don't even know if we just agreed to, go with everything. I don't even know if realistically we could even pull it off, because you're talking about Jumbotron machines and inflatables. Everybody and their mother, Gwinnett, Cobb, Union City, I'm sure they probably reserved those already, especially 4 months out. We talk about, can you go back to your, the page with the $1.1 million? There's a line that's on here, wayfinding signs. Where is that? Or was it on the next?
It may be on the next slide over.
Okay, so, so that one cost, I do know, based on DCA guidelines, the CVB, they are responsible for those wayfinding signs. So I think I saw something, $56,000, I don't know. I don't have my glasses. And so just of the $1.1 million, I know you said it was pretty much, that was what was on the city, but we don't even know what the CVB, what they have planned in this. Councilmember Atkins talked about sponsorships. That's when we should have been talking to the Coca-Colas, the Deltas, Chick-fil-A, all of those people. Those are the sponsors that will come in. They will help to fund the cost for stage, possibly acts. I know we talked about vending fees, and you said maybe $16,000. That's not even a drop in the bucket for the $1 million that we're talking about. And like I said, the thing for us to be able to put on something, we don't even know, even if we said it, we don't even know how many people are coming. My question is also, have we attended any of the meetings that the City of Atlanta has put on? They've been doing these meetings going on almost now a year and a half. And everybody is there from Union City, Cobb County, Macon, Gwinnett, DeKalb County. They've been at these meetings. From my understanding, there's a team that's currently, they'll be in Macon. So it makes no sense for a team to stay in Macon when they could have been here in East Point. They could have used the Georgia Soccer Park for their training. They could have stayed in our hotels either on Virginia Avenue or our hotels at Camp Creek Marketplace. So that has nothing to do, that's CVB and all of the branding that they've done for the city. I've seen enough of their video, their presentations. I've seen enough East Point buck towels and fanny packs and hand sanitizer. They should have done this a long, long time ago. Like I said, I don't even know what we can pull off in 4 months. And then, like I said, because this stuff should have been advertised a long, long time ago, we don't even know if we even agreed to do all of this, if they would even come here. The thing that works our advantage is for the simple fact that we're just right outside of the city of Atlanta. So that may help us. When we talked about, I know Councilmember Friedley and Councilmember Atkins talked about the name. The FIFA, you can't use that name. We cannot unless we have the proper licensing. City of Decatur, I think they're using, they are the Soccer Fest 2026. So it should have been a name or something that was out. Just like they've advertised for, what was in April, we started seeing Wednesday wind down banners. That stuff should have been all over the city. We talked about the digital display boards. I know I've mentioned that as well. I think maybe even mentioned it to you before, and I know definitely the CVB. Those boards, they're called Ike boards. They're all over the city of Atlanta. Every major corner in the city of East Point intersection, those boards should have been there. So people would know that the games were coming to East Point. These are the things that we're doing. Not only does it do that, it's also excellent opportunities for businesses to advertise. So we'll know when Mr. Swain does events, that information is there. It's on those boards, so we can let the people know what's happening here. So I don't even know, and then now for you to come and say that you all have a plan, but you need to take direction from us. We don't even know, honestly, at the end of the day, what you can do. I don't even know if there's another, I'm sure there are no more soccer inflatables available at this time. So I see what you've done, and I think it's big, it's huge. But I think we really, at this point, this late in the game, we need to be realistic for what it is. Because people need to know that East Point is even doing something. Right now, they don't even know, and we're at the beginning stages. And by the time we sort of pick it apart and say what it is that we can and cannot do, we don't even know what we have, what money's budgeted for it. So once again, we'll throw it back over to the city manager. How much money do you have to put this event on? How much money does the economic development department, I mean, is there any money that you guys can put forward? If we had money for sponsors, I mean, do we even have one sponsor at this point?
So I don't want to speak for the CVB stuff, but I do want to speak to the pulling off.
And the whole
stuff
thing
real
about
quick.
the CVB, if they couldn't have not been here, which they are not, they should have put all their information on a flash drive so you could pull it up. And I mean, and I'm just, not necessarily, not on you, CVB or whoever it is, someone should have been here. We are in February. There are 2 more meetings that we have this month. We have to make some decisions on what needs to be done. So by the time this goes, maybe a work session, hopefully they'll show up for that. Then we still have to decide, we still have to figure out what our portion is. I mean, because, Jesus Christ, we aren't even talking about asking for $100,000. Y'all talking about $1 million. So we really need to look at how we can, scale it down. And I know you keep saying it's over 2 months, but actually it's just still 1 month from the 15th of June to the 15th of July. But maybe looking at some specific days, maybe some watch parties at some of the local businesses here, maybe some stuff that we can do out on the front lawn of City Hall. But we've got to reel this thing in. I mean, and like I said, this is such a huge opportunity for us to potentially miss out on. I mean, like you said, we talked about the sponsors, alcohol sales. That's going to be the biggest thing. I think if nobody's doing anything else, they'll be here drinking. So what have we done as far as, can we actually cordon off a particular area of the city where people can actually just walk around and, and do like free drinking? That's the stuff that we needed to, that would have been good to know today. I've spoken with the chief of police, with Chief Buchanan, and they said that we can do this, and this. I mean, this is we're in the initial stage of this, trying to pull this whole thing off. I don't even know if we can do it.
So to the do it part, we have done a lot of different festivals and events, and everything that I mentioned up there down to the porta potties, I have actually worked with our vendors to secure the quotes. And so they've been waiting to just kind of figure out what direction that we are going on this. I can't personally speak for the CB, and I know Macy will add to that. You know, we were given the directive in October to start this, so we're doing the best that we can given what we're given, and we're trying to pull something off whatever scale that we want to see it. We have, all of our departments are very well versed in the events. We can pull things off if it's the wish of council. We can do it, and like I said, I have talked to those vendors that we've put up there, but that's where we're at. Like I said, we're at that point, so we just need to know which way to go.
And I'm going to forward some information to you all so that we can start attending, so someone from East Point can start attending these meetings. I'm in the city of Atlanta. They meet pretty much every week. Everybody from all over is at these meetings but East Point. So I have a question now for the city manager, and I know we're gonna throw it on the wall and see what sticks. Do we just funds, is there any idea what type of funds may potentially be available to try and fund any of this?
So, again, it was alluded to, my direction was to look at what revenues could be generated out of this activity, because we would have to redirect, I think, the 4th of July event. Wednesday Wind Down was mentioned, but Wednesday Wind Down doesn't have any
It didn't
funds
have any
in it.
money.
And so the other council events that hadn't been done, those events that we talked about prioritizing, that those funds could be utilized, and then there I would say we need to have some pretty decent revenue projections if we were to do something like this. I think this could be scaled back. My direction was to come up with 3 options, this being the Cadillac, finding a Buick, and somewhere along the line introduce a Pinto. But it needs to have some kind of layers that we can identify as our expenses, and then basically start seeing where the revenues can come from. Some internal by cannibalizing events that haven't been done, and then other revenue projections that are reasonable.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we got a lot of work to do, and but I mean, thank you for this. We just, like I say, it's just gonna have to have all hands on deck to, even try and pull this thing off. I know, and like you say, we count heavily on your expertise and what you've been able to pull off in the past to even, just try to come up with this. So the thing is now is just kind of up with some sort of timeline. I know City Manager Jones says that they need to kind of just look to see where funds could, potentially come from to help fund this. You also need to incorporate what it is that CVB, what they're willing to put in this, because we need to also make sure that we are compliant with DCA guidelines where the money, what they can use, because there are only certain things that you can use for TPD and those funds that they have. So we need to make sure that we are compliant with that, because the only thing I think it is just going to be promoting the event, the advertisement, the marketing of the event. But as far as like all the other stuff, the tents, the inflatables, all that stuff, that would not come under the money that would come from CVB for hotel motel tax. So we just need to make sure that we stay compliant with that. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hemmings, and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and then to you, Councilman Atkins.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, and then I have a second question for Madam City Attorney. Mr. City Manager, I think the opportunity here is that we don't get just a product that is for this time frame, but that there's some opportunity for there to be enduring impact. So there were quite many things that were mentioned that I think are great for this city. There were beautification strategies that were presented this evening, wayfinding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think in order for my appetite to grow for something like this, I'd love to hear not just what happens for this event, but then also what remains after that event. And I don't want an answer tonight, that's just a comment that I'd like for you to consider for a future presentation. And then I'd like to direct a question to Madam City Attorney. I'm going to read from a PowerPoint that I found on the DCA's website, and I'm going to ask you if that aligns with your understanding of the state law that establishes the hotel motel dollars around tourism product and development, that way that the funds are used. So OCGA, I don't know if I'm reading these sections right, but it says 48-1350.2. Section 6, I guess, is how you read that, and I can get a date for when this presentation was developed. So maybe you have it? Okay. So I'm just going to read something, and I'm going to ask you if that aligns with your understanding of the hotel motel tax dollars and how they might be used. So this section refers to tourism product development, and it says creation or expansion of physical attractions which are available and open to the public and which improve destination appeal to visitors, support visitors' experience, and are used by visitors. Such expenditures may include capital cost and operating expenses. And on the right-hand side of the presentation, it lists several things to include lodging, overnight or short-term sites for recreational vehicles, meeting, convention, and exhibits, sports stadiums, arenas, and complexes, golf courses, racing facilities, amusement centers, and it goes on to include wayfinding signage, permanent non-migrating carnivals and fairs, airplanes, helicopters, buses, and lots of other things, boat rentals, boat parties, river rafting services, museums, planetariums, art galleries, botanical gardens, aquariums, zoologic gardens, parks, trails, and other recreational facilities. And then the last item is performing arts facilities. The reason why I'm asking you if this aligns with your understanding is because I heard Ms. Rogers say that hotel motel money cannot be used in any way other than marketing. And so I was just trying to clarify her statement and to understand what the law says.
Certainly, so I would disagree with that. Hotel motel tax is split up into different buckets because the city collects at 8%. 43.75% of it is TCT monies that go to your DMO, which is EPCVB. The other 56.25 is the TPD that you just read. So it's not just for marketing. The city likely retains the TPD money, I think. So there is funds likely available that can be used out of the TPD tranche of funds, the 56.25, and that's 56.25% of the 8%, right? That can be used for those things that you just read off.
To the CVB funds portion, the TPD is the city I was.
Right. Thank you. There's a lot of public concern and conversation, so I just want to be sure that we share the full story about how hotel motel tax funds can be used, because while there's certain portions that can be used for marketing, I want to make sure that the public is aware of the funds that can be used for these types of products.
Mm-hmm. I will just add, if I can, that there are other procedures that must be in place before any of it can be spent. And so I know that's something that's been of interest to some of you. So we've got to make sure that those statutory requirements, those boxes are checked before any of the 8% can be spent.
I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. LaTarn Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and I want to say thank you so much for your presentation. It really shows effort. And I just want to make some meaningful suggestions, but before even going into that, I think I need to let the record reflect that June 16th, 2022 was when Atlanta was formally announced as the 2025 World Cup host city. So I've heard a lot of conversation, but, you know, I wasn't on council in 2022. You understand, and the people that are watching, I did get the text message, so I was just advised to put that fact out there, that these conversations started in 2022. And I wasn't a member of council then. Then they also mentioned that the planning milestones after that selection in May 2023, Atlanta and its host committees unveiled the city's engagement efforts. And then February 4th, 2024, FIFA released the official match schedule. So it's been going on for quite some time now, but I just want to let the record reflect that June 16th, 2022, everybody knew that they were coming to Atlanta. I also want to say that I'd like to make some meaningful suggestions. If it's possible, we should look at partnering with the city of Atlanta. I know that it might be kind of far-fetched at this point, but I believe in the trickle-down theory. Everyone is not going to be able to afford Atlanta, so the next best city is right next door in the city of East Point. And I really like the setup that you have here with it being blocked off. But is it going to be a day of festivities, a weekend of festivities? We need to really hone in on what that looks like. The other thing was the GSP, the Georgia Soccer Development Foundation. Maybe you want to contact them for some team-friendly training and warm-up events right here in the city of Atlanta, city of East Point. You talked about performances. We have some local artists here that are very good. The Mariachi Band, I think, is something exciting. They may be interested in coming out, but you need lively music during this time. I remember going into Medellin one summer, and it was a soccer match that summer. Unfortunately, the restaurant, well, in Medellin, they had the Megatrons. People were sitting out on the streets. They were enjoying food. They were enjoying each other. Even when we stepped out from the hotel that we were staying in, there was a television that we could watch. So I appreciate you honing into that. I like the idea of the downtown ambassadors. On a recent class that I took online through GMA, they said that was one of the things for when you have events. Get some people to talk up the city of East Point. Be those East Point ambassadors. I would like for also to make the recommendation that the Parks and Recreation Department has a youth soccer team that is out of this world. If we can't tap into those local or the local trainers, tap into those kids. They may be able to play a intramural game right there at and I'd like to add that soccer park mural, excellent. They may be able to play a game right there just to kind of get the excitement centered around this. Local soccer clubs, we should think about contacting them. The marketing for the hotels, I like that idea, but we also have MARTA right there. Hey, you might not be able to go to Atlanta, but you could definitely come to East Point. I heard mention about sponsorships, but wouldn't those sponsorships come from the businesses in East Point? And some of those businesses that are in East Point, because they've sponsored things, Amazon, Dick's, FedEx, Armada Warehouse, the Camp Creek Business Association, the Atlanta Aerotropolis, and also we need to tap into the Main Street Association. I didn't hear you all mention them. I know they're not a business, but they should be able to center around this since they are an association. There's also a couple of other businesses in the Camp Creek Business Park, so maybe we can tap into them for additional sponsorships. There's a German shipping company that has been very amenable to city-sponsored events. The naming, East Point Soccer Fest 2026. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know. We have 8 schools in East Point. We should look at contests for those 8 schools and then invite the winners out to whatever we have here in the East Point that highlights the school. It engages the younger population. We have 8 schools, 1 high school. So we should engage all 8 schools for those contests. And lastly, I just want to say, it is to some degree about attracting visitors to our city, but it's mainly about giving the residents a chance to come together. And I think when we're thinking about these events, we remove the people that live here that enjoy these events, because now that East Point is having something, I'm going to come to East Point. I don't have to take an Uber to Atlanta for anything. So I think it gives residents the opportunity to come together and experience the excitement of a FIFA-style event right at home. When we create local opportunities, we strengthen community pride and make the World Cup accessible to everyone. And I think that is, I didn't hear the people or the residents are going to enjoy this, so I felt that that needed to be said. But thank you for your presentation. Look forward to hearing back from you. And you really have been doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. So, can we go back to the map of where everything is laid out? Thanks. So, I think we've talked about this before in general terms, but I think that we really need to actually do it. So, I know that Frog Hollow has a lot of issues with noise and things like that for all the events. And right now, we still have the stage pointed towards them. All we need to do is turn the stage. Turn the stage so the sound points down towards, down the street, down Main Street, and then you're gonna, really help eliminate a lot of strife. And then additionally parking, we really need to figure out the parking situation. That's always a nightmare, for the residents, that live adjacent to the Commons and downtown. We really need to figure that out. We have a lot of city property that, is available. We have lots of businesses that we could partner with. We need to figure that part out. And then the other thing, I know that this is kind of a broken record, but where is the revenue? We really have to think about that, not just for this event, but for all of our events going forward. We have to have, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers, and we cannot keep spending money without a return on investment, and not just in that short, hey, we did this event, we spent this much money, we got this much revenue, but we need to be thinking, hey, who could we be attracting with this event to invest in our city? Things like that, are long-term goals that I would really encourage you all to kind of dig deep into, and really kind of, think about it at a deeper level to make sure that we're really putting our best foot forward, because this is a lot of effort and a lot of work to be put in, and we just need to make sure that it's going to be worthwhile, not just for this particular event, but for long lasting, especially if it's going to be that much money. I mean, we really need to be thinking about sponsors. We need to be talking about sponsors. We really need to be talking about how we are spending our money in a wise way. Because, just like with the budget presentation we had earlier tonight, the economic outlook is not exactly great. And even if it was great, we still need to make sure that we are spending our money in a wise way. And not just in this event, but in every event. Thank you.
Dr. LaToya Martin Rogers.
Yeah, and I just want to state that I've done the research. I keep hearing charging for events. I've done the research, and I just want to go on record to state that municipalities have events, city-sponsored events that are free to their residents. The city of Sandy Springs puts on a jazz festival every summer. Out in Douglasville, they do a summer concert series. I'm not going to even mention Alpharetta, and the amount of money that goes into some of their city-sponsored events where they don't charge their residents for them. I mean, they have city-sponsored events. So I would like us to talk in terms of, you know, I wouldn't want to charge someone to go to Drag Down South. I think that that's absurd. That's a city-sponsored event. It should be something that is put on by the city, but I think we need to start having conversations centered around what can we do within a certain means where we aren't charging for events, because down in the city of Tyrone, they recently, well, a couple of summers ago, they had the Beach Boys there. There wasn't a charge for it. So I think that we need to start having conversations with what we can do that is beneficial for the city, that highlights the city, but also is family and fun-oriented, something that everyone can enjoy. For the 4th of July event, we spent $100,000, almost $100,000 for the 4th of July Day festivities. Are we going to charge residents to come and look at fireworks? I don't think so. But I think that we need to look at what other cities are doing for the residents that live there and be okay with sponsoring an event that is beneficial to the residents that live there. I've been hearing a lot about charging, and that it does not sit well with me, especially when I know Sandy Springs does a concert series, Marietta does, they have the Foursquare in Marietta, which takes off. They had the Roots there one summer. I went to see the Roots for free in Marietta. So as we're having these conversations, we need to put people first. This is what do the residents want. And you have to be able to give something to our residents where they can take a lawn chair and enjoy themselves. I'll yield. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ziegler.
Thank you. So in response to that, Drag Down South is 100% sponsored. There's not a penny that comes from the general fund. You know, if you're attracting a big act like the Roots and things like that, I'm sure there's sponsors. And then, you know, Alpharetta, Marietta, that's a different tax base. Also, these events aren't exactly free. People still pay them through their taxes. And in some ways, it could be in detriment because they won't be able to get services that are needed elsewhere because we're using this discretionary spending somewhere else. So I just want to encourage everybody to make sure that we're just thinking through these things and that we're making the wisest decisions, especially when these things are so expensive. Thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and actually, I found the research right here, so let me go ahead on the record. The City of Sandy Springs 2025 approved budget, they do a City Green Live concert series for $197,000. $197,000. That's their city concert series. Also, it is $45,000 budgeted. A total of these two free concert series is $242,000 in city budget support. All right. Also, Roswell does Riverside Sound concert series along the Chattahoochee River. It's free outdoor shows on selected evenings for $52,000. The Atlanta City Council allocated $50,000 in the FY 2026 general fund budget toward Atlanta Pride. Peachtree Corners concert series, free live music on Saturdays at Town Green. Special events category that includes concerts was budgeted at $600,000. In 2020, the Woodstock City Council approved contracts totaling about $217,000 for 5 concerts. So I just wanted to put that out there. So important that we have factual information. And yes, I believe in transparency, but I also believe in a city giving their residents something to look forward to. And I'll yield.
Okay, and thank you. And understanding the severity and the nature of this presentation, I know we've gone over quite a bit, and I do have some questions that I need to ask. It seems like we're doing a lot of marketing and development in a meeting. Like right now, we're doing a lot of marketing development in a meeting. And I thank you for your presentation. I know it takes a lot of work to get all of those things pulled together. And And I agree. My question is, so if the the Conventions and Visitors Bureau doesn't come through with their promotion, then we would totally be eating the cost of the $3 million for this event. Like, is there a good, better, best option to this plan that will allow us to get promotion or whatever that we need from other vendors? And then has there been any consideration to things like e-games, something online where people can, from around the world, because FIFA is a global initiative, play FIFA online and hosted by East Point? Those are just some things that, could be low cost but have a huge impact because it's digital. Street ball, a lot of the organizations and FIFA, the culture is, they play soccer in the street. So is that something that is low-hanging fruit, low cost? Maybe one of the players or trainers from FIFA will be willing to come into East Point and host an exhibition game, like in the street, so it doesn't cost much, get popcorn, hot dogs, or whatever. And this is just some other things. And then, so in this presentation tonight, and I just want to know, has economic development been engaged in this in terms of showing how that we can get revenue in, or like what their role would be? And I don't know if you need to answer all those questions tonight because we are really rolling over on time. But do we want to pull this into a work session or another meeting where we can, flesh this out more, take in all of the considerations that have been made tonight, and then follow up on those any way that's comfortable and doesn't take us 50, 60 minutes to go over? Those are just my questions, because I think we have a huge opportunity here, and I think that we have an opportunity to do things that we don't need a lot of money for. We just need to be a little creative in the way that we do them. And I don't know all those things. And so that also leads me to, has an event planner or an event vendor been engaged? Because this is a huge lift for a department. This is almost, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's going to take a lot. So I say all that to say, you don't have to answer all those questions to me tonight, please, but in any way that we can communicate that back to the council and the residents, that would be helpful, and I will stop there.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, we'll get back to you with that. I can tell you we have certainly talked about an event planner in this process.
Does the council would like to move this item to next week's work session to flesh out or hear what you come back with? How would council like to move forward with this? Okay. Do we need a motion to do that, or no? Okay. 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 All right. So maybe it'll be on work session. All right. Thank you so much.
I do have.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we have any committee reports for tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Although the HR committee did not meet, I've spoken with the previous members of the HR committee, Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Martin Rogers, and Councilmember Cumming. Council members, you may remember in December that we approved the evaluation tool for our direct reports, and we also at that time approved the schedule for those evaluations, which should have started in January. However, the HR committee did not meet in January, so at this point I'm a bit concerned about us getting behind and too far into the second part of the fiscal year. So I would like for us to move forward with presenting those evaluations, self-evaluations to our direct reports so that we can stay on track. And if I need to make a motion, Madam Attorney, I'm very happy to do that.
Would you be making a motion to present the evaluations to?
We've
what would be-
approved that. It's just that we need to get the tools to our direct reports.
No,
And
I don't think you need a motion for that.
Okay, great. So I wanted to discuss that during this section because we did not have a committee meeting last month, and so we would just continue to move into the fiscal year. So with that, if it's okay with the colleagues, then the HR committee could go ahead and just start to disseminate those evaluation tools for the self-evaluations.
And the self-evaluations have been approved to be used? Okay.
Yep. And we talked about that starting in January, and now we're in February, and we didn't meet in January. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the Budget and Finance Committee held its first meeting on January 27th at 6 p.m. We did have a quorum. Those in attendance included Councilwoman Caldwell, Councilwoman Hemmings, Mayor Chapman, our citizen representative, Ms. Alice Wilson, and myself, Lisa Wilson. During this meeting, the committee addressed several items under new business. We first discussed the appointment of a chair for the committee. There was a presentation on the role, scope, and authority of the Budget and Finance Committee, including an overview of the city's governing budget policies as outlined in the charter. We then reviewed the monthly year-to-date variance report for December 2025. However, staff explained the city is currently transitioning to a new banking system, and as a result, not all financial figures have been fully updated. The committee was advised that a more accurate and complete financial picture should be available later this month once all transactions have been entered and analyzed. So I guess we will wait until they give us an updated report, mostly because there were a lot of end-of-the-year questions surrounding identifying which enterprise funds or departments ended the last fiscal year in a deficit. The committee also received the current budget timeline as presented to council on January 5th, 2026, providing context to the city's fiscal cycle and key upcoming milestones. Additionally, the committee received a preview of the city's fiscal outlook, including key assumptions and uncertainties. This preview reflected the presentation that would be delivered to the full council during the February 9th meeting. Next, there was a vote to request council approval for the Budget and Finance Committee to discuss and review the city's travel policy, and that passed. Finally, the committee discussed the capital improvement budget from, the CIB form and acceptance process, including information needed from council to inform capital improvement budget as previously presented on January 20th, 2026. And for new business, moving into our next meeting, the committee will include the following items. How can the city plan to improve fiscal transparency, including the appropriate level and method for distributing the variance report? 2, the possibility of providing a budget review and update every 6 months to council. 3, a report from the city manager identifying enterprise funds or departments that ended the last fiscal year in deficits. And lastly, at our last meeting, a request was made to staff to reorganize the CIP book by ward instead of being citywide. So I am excited to see how those versions compare. And I think that's all I have. I'll yield. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or committee reports that we need to cover? And then the HR committee will reconvene on February the 5th. All right, no more questions there. And I think where are we at now? Okay, and any consent agenda items? No, don't think we have those. Don't have any consent. And then may I have a motion to move into executive session. Are there any items for executive session?
Madam Mayor, I have a number of litigation items. I'm so sorry. Y'all make me scared to say it. I have 9.
Come on with it, then.
Listen, I can maybe save some of them, but if you put me down for 9, I will pick from the ones that are pertinent and are time sensitive. And then I have 2 personnel.
9, 2 personnel. Okay, I mean, if you could, if that is the will.
If I can, I will. I will cut him down, I promise.
Okay, all right. And then now we have, let's see, Chaper Ray Hemming, Councilwoman Hemming, and then Councilman Freely, and then Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and Councilman Atkins.
1 legal, 1 personnel.
Madam Mayor, I have 1 real estate and 1 personnel, and I also want to make sure that we give the city manager an opportunity to let us know if he has any items.
I had 1 personnel.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
I have 2 personnels and 3 personnels and 2 real estate.
Okay. And may I have a motion to,
City manager.
oh, sorry.
1 personnel, 2 real estate.
1 personnel, 2 real estate, okay. And may I have a motion, I have something on my items here before executive session. May I have a motion to announce a committee member to the Cultural Enrichment Committee? Okay. Do I have a second? Thank you. I'd like to, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The person, I'm trying to get Mr. Jabril Everett for the Culture Enrichment Committee, and I have another committee appointee for the blighted property, and that will be Ms. Nicole Hare. She is a active resident, also former real estate person, and she's very active on submitting tickets and being engaged in blighted property in her neighborhood. So very excited to have her. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All those approve?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, thank you, and we can now move into executive. Do we have a motion to move into executive?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second?
We got Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we move to executive session for 5 real estate, 9 personnel, and 10 legal.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So
That's
we
it.
have, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, all those in favor, we have a second. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it, thank you. Can I have a motion to reconvene?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. And so for executive session, we have a motion to proceed as discussed on, do I have the name of all the motions? Okay. Okay, so a motion, may I have a motion to move for approval on Councilwoman Mitchell's, is that?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second.
Oh, wait, second.
It has not been second. It's been moved and properly second. Any All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay. I have a motion to proceed as discussed on the Willis case.
So moved.
Second, it's been moved and second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And may I have a motion to move forward as discussed on the Earl Crenshaw matter?
So moved.
Can I have a second? Thank you. It's been moved and second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? May I have a motion to move forward as discussed on the Charles Kendricks?
So moved.
Second. Okay, all those, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? May I have a motion to move forward with the Michael Harvey discussion?
So moved.
May I have a second? It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And let's see, we got one more motion, yes. May I have a motion to move as discussed on the PSA, I'm sorry, the 1599 Ware Avenue? No, wait. Okay, a motion to move to, what is it? The motion to move to executive, the motion to move to executive session? Okay, a motion to approve executive session minutes. I say it's been moved and second. All those in favor? All those opposed? And there are no more items, so may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It's been second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.